Well, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Oh, I better change my name or whatever. Let's see. I got some. I'll wait. I'll wait till the meeting gets going. What are we drinking? Some more blonde ale?
This week I'm drinking some of the low oxygen West Coast double IPA I did.
Yeah.
And I threw a bunch of Citra Cryo and Mosaic Cryo as a dry hop into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was only like 5% Crystal 15 in the malt bill, and it was just so sweet and candy-like that it almost didn't taste like a regular, beer, like regular IPA for the first month or two. But now that's a little older, it's like I almost prefer it a little older.
Oh, sure.
Just because it's so different than like a West Coast double IPA that I would drink normally.
Sure. Nice.
The head retention's crazy. There's like some 3D like foam that kind of sticks to the side of the glass, like little kind of cliffs that are just stuck there.
That's awesome.
And with this one, I just I didn't make the spund in time, so I just added some organic cane sugar to the fermenter and then transferred, and it head retention is great and stuff.
Awesome. There he is.
Howdy.
How we doing?
How'd the brew day go, Brian?
Not good. It got interrupted by work.
Oh.
Yeah, we had a fiber cut. So I get the call on those because I do all of our core transport stuff. So yeah, I just got done working. I finally got, so it was 3 hours for the nearest technician to get there. So I had to cut the brew short. I ended up just draining the wort right down the drain. So I got the call and got a tech on site, and he did some troubleshooting, and we determined it was a faulty card. Well, the faulty card is 3 hours away. So I'm sure I'll get the call at around 11 o'clock to try and get it restored. So that'll be fun. What do you do?
Yeah, that sucks.
So it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's all good.
Good morning, all.
Hello, hello, hello.
This is John Cannon, aka Calf Pilot.
Oh,
Yes.
good to almost meet you.
Yes.
Virtual meet. Yes.
Yeah. Is my camera on?
No.
No, that's why I said almost.
Almost. Well, then you missed my extended virtual handshake. Oh, there we go. Start video.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Virtual handshake. Yeah. Looks like I haven't seen Brent before either, so this will be fun.
Yeah, I'm at some points probably just going to be listening in while I'm doing some brew prep. I've got some prep that's not adequately clean, so I have this bad habit of always waiting until the morning of, and that just, I'm sure you all know, does not work too well.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
I used to go to the homebrew store and get ingredients and then clean and then brew in the same day. And it would be sometimes midnight, 2 a.m., 4 a.m. before I actually pitched the yeast. So I've tried to stay away from that as much as possible recently.
I suppose the upside of that is you really ruin one day instead of blowing parts of several. I suppose it has its place, but I've really gotten to where I do everything I can the night before.
Yeah. Well, now that I've started using the yeast method, it's even easier because I do that the night before, and then no
Yeah.
pre-boil time. It saves me a lot of time in the morning. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I always have the night before free because my fiance is a nurse and works nights. So she's working tonight. So, and she's working, when she works weekends, she works Saturday night and Sunday night. So basically she sleeps all day Sunday. So I have all day Sunday to me. So those are my brew days. I schedule them. So.
And hopefully some of that time you keep her superhero cape nice and clean and pressed.
Yeah. I press it before she wakes up and pack her dinner.
Nice. So what's everybody drinking tonight?
I got to go get one, but it'll be the same export I was working on last week.
There you go.
I just tapped my 100% Bark Pilsner with some late Mandarina.
Yeah.
And, pretty good. I just had to replace one of my tubes. One of my lines from my kegerator is not flowing well. Even with adequate pressure, it's just flowing very tight. And I just replaced the EVA barrier tubing, and it's still flowing very restricted.
That's
Maybe
weird.
Clog in the poppet?
No, I just changed the keg, so it's
Quick disconnect or anything? No.
well, I've got those new flow control quick disconnects, so that's something I need to try switching it to a different keg and see if it's it's not the keg. I thought maybe because I have to heat the lines. I'm using the 4mm EVA barrier lines, and to get them over a 1/4-inch barb, you have to heat it and boost it a little bit and expand it out. So I thought it maybe had a kink in there. It was restricting flow, but it's not. So it may actually even be the flow control ball lock.
Could be a clog in there. I know when I clean my line, do recirc, I several times during the process, I take that flow control and close it down and open it up and close it down and open it up and hopefully get at every point in it, and if there's anything there, loosen it up and move it out. So
well, it's been like that since it was new, so I'm wondering if there's maybe even a manufacturing flaw in it or something, but I don't know.
I would still think you'd find some adjustment on it that worked. I mean,
Right.
Unless you have it opened up all the way and it's still not flowing.
Well, it is. It's all the way open, and it'll fill a small glass like my little sampling glasses, but you'd have to be patient to fill a pint.
I always have trouble with the Perlick flow control faucets, and like any little bit of yeast or hops or anything will clog them up, and I have to take them apart and blow water through the front of it to kind of clear it out. So I usually have a second tap, like a Euro style one that's a little larger diameter, just to try and flush stuff out before I switch over.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll troubleshoot it, continue working on it.
Hey, Brian, did you hit record?
I did.
I just saw that little exchange there.
Yep. I don't know. That was, that would have been a marathon. How long were we on here? 6 hours?
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah.
I left at 1 o'clock my time, which would have been 5 hours in at least.
5 hours.
So.
Yeah.
It was something.
Long. I still did the dishes after he finished.
What the hell were you talking about for so long?
The
time just flew by.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, later on, I was like, how could I have spent that long?
Well, we
On
had
that
a
meeting.
fantastic British beer exchange, which
Mhm.
would have been awesome to get recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I took some notes on it. Don't feel bad. I was on a conference call with Microsoft the other day, and they forgot to hit record for like the first half. They were supposed to record it, and they forgot to.
Yeah, I made sure that was the first thing I did. I clicked record right when I got in here, right when Josh got in here. So, yeah, it's, yeah. Hey, Brent, how's it going?
Hey there, going good? Good.
Hey.
Good reason to drink a couple of beers. Had an empty glass. I had to fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Be right back.
Be right back.
I'm just drinking water. I gotta go grab a beer too.
Yeah. H2O for me, dude, tonight. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a little baby in the crib that I watch over at night. So if I have a beer anymore these days, it's usually a lunchtime thing, and then I go try to grab a few Z's.
Yep. I know how that goes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
But I got some vacation coming up at the start of May, so I'm thinking I'm going to probably knock out a few batches, and I don't know, at that point he'll be about 5 months old and hopefully starting to sleep through the night, and things get a little bit more predictable after 3 or 4 months.
yeah. Yep, they do.
You don't tell me, that's not a lot of confidence there. Just telling me what I want to hear.
My 3 kids, I have 3 young ones, 10, 6, and 5. And they still come in at night. They still wake us up. You know, we can never get I mean, the odds of getting a good night's sleep are slim to none. It just seems like last night, all 3 of them there, one was thirsty. So instead of just getting a drink, he's got to, come wake us up to let us know he's going to go get a drink. And, just one had a bad dream. It just never ends. At least it's not like every couple hours, like you're feeding and stuff like that. Now you can just say go back to bed. But yeah, it just, I don't know. Maybe it'll end. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
What I learned is I can't sleep in anymore. Like after having kids and getting used to waking up early with them, now when I have the chance to sleep all day, I can't sleep past 7 o'clock.
Yeah. Yep.
I've just been conditioned.
Yep. Yeah. So my wife's a teacher, and so my kids will be out of school. We got a cabin up north. And so in the summer, she'll take the kids for a week plus, 2 weeks at a time, just whatever. And then I'll bop up there on weekends or whatever. And so I'll go, 5+ days at a time without no kids, quiet house. Doesn't matter if it's 6 o'clock. Doesn't matter when I go to bed, up at 6 o'clock, because that's when we normally have to be up. So it conditions you to just whatever.
I think that's getting old too. I'm earlier the older I get too.
I don't mind it. I was never really a sleeper when I was younger anyways, but I can accomplish a lot of shit, before 8 o'clock, and then kind of feel like I accomplished something, and then maybe, lay low a little bit and then go back. But I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
Early morning's brew time for me. That's the only time I really get, right? When the kids start to sleep in and mom can do some breakfast or something like that. So I usually set the alarm a little bit earlier, get up at 5 and dump in strike water, get the yeast going, and then start up everything else, right? Get it all organized and try to make as little noise as possible.
Yeah.
Are you indoors or outdoors when you brew?
Garage.
Garage.
So that's sort of yes, sort of no.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. I am indoors, outdoors.
You got some sound insulation between you and the family.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
The neighbors wake up to, what's that aroma? What's that?
Yeah. They start the countdown. They usually get in on it a little bit. So so that's about 2 weeks, and then we're gonna have beers with Jeff. So
I found that I make fewer mistakes if I brew in the morning. I've tried brewing after work before. It's just not a good idea for me.
I find anymore I don't have inside a dedicated brewery. I have to brew out on my deck. So it's a pain in the ass because I got to haul everything from my basement where I store it up onto my deck. And if I'm on the ball the night before, I'll kind of pre-position everything as much as I can. But I'm finding anymore that with that and cleanup, I'm looking at a 7 or so hour brew day for a batch.
Yep.
And if I'm going to do that, I might as well extend it to, say maybe 8 or 9 hours and get 2 batches out of it once I've hauled everything up. It's just, efficiency of scale at that point. So anymore, I'm doing for the most part 2 brew days, and I'll have one, I'll stagger the mashes. So I, make a spreadsheet and kind of, project manage the whole thing so that nothing is happening at the same time with the batches, but, works pretty well. So then, in 9 or 10 hours, I have 2 batches instead of, 6 or 7 and only one, and have to do the whole mess over again. If I had known I was going to get this heavily into brewing when I bought this house, I probably would have looked for a different house. But I've been brewing for like 20 years, but I was never nearly this into it. And for a couple of years, I was living in like urban apartments and stuff. And over maybe 7 years, I think I brewed 2 or 3 times, and it was all extract. So I bought this house, finally moving back out to the, out of the cities, and, first order of business is get the brewery up and running. But then it took me a year before I went all grain. And this was, 7 years ago or so. But then I went from, what I used to do is extracting grains, 3-4 batches a year to, 12 to 15. Now I'm 15 to 20. And, everything went so far beyond what I ever done before. If I had known that, I probably would have looked for some amenities that I don't have, like plumbing in the basement.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
We had to move out of a townhome because it had long story short, they messed up the roof where they were trying to redo it. We had a mold explosion in our bedroom, but it had a utility tub in the basement, which made cleanup an absolute dream. It was just everything, I put another faucet on it. It was extendable, cleaning kegs, cleaning the brew bucket, cleaning out my kettle and stuff like that. Never had anything easier, but not the same amenity when we moved into the new house. I thought I got a little storage area so I could put my stuff away and it's all good. But yeah, no, the utility tub was, that's on the wish list if we ever upsize.
Yeah, definitely. That's because I have to do all my washing in the kitchen sink, and it's a double basin sink, but still, it won't hold a brew kettle. So fortunately, I have the hose thing. So
Yeah.
everything is in the kitchen, and it's there's always water dripping all over the place, and my fiance is always like, "You're making such a mess," and I'm like, "Water's not a mess. Water will dry up and evaporate. Water does not constitute a mess." But it's kind of a shit show.
Well, that's why I called my first beers that I made. They were KGB beers. It was kitchen, garage, basement. It happened in all 3 places. I'm heating up water in the kitchen. I'm boiling in the garage, and I'm fermenting in the basement. So KGB.
Nice.
I'm in a townhome arrangement too, like you used to be, but and that utility tub is great, but that's the payoff, I guess, for the fact that I'm brewing in a little galley kitchen. So I have nowhere to put I've got enough room. Well, my basement is just roomy enough that besides my little workshop area, I've got a lot of refrigeration packed in. So for fermenters, keezer, lagering chest freezer, and all that. But it is kind of, it simplifies things because I don't have anywhere to put a dedicated brew area and get the automation and everything. I've got to basically store everything on the shelves and under the basement stairs, break it out to brew. But that means it's individual pieces. So as I'm going, one step is done, and I'm breaking down that bit of equipment, washing it, cleaning it, putting it away. And so by the end of the brew day, there's really no cleanup left to do except rinse off the chiller,
Yeah, that's smart.
I always say I'm going to do that and clean up along the way, and somehow it just doesn't happen. Then I end up with everything dirty at the end of the day, and it's 8 o'clock, and I'm like, shit, I really don't want to do that. So then I put it away, and I'll clean it tomorrow, and sometimes it doesn't always happen.
That's never good. Never clean it tomorrow.
No. I've had a couple of instances. Fortunately, it's not this last time I brewed, so I'm not cleaning that much of a mess up tonight. But I had it where tomorrow becomes the next day, becomes the next day, you know, and a week later there's fur growing in my brew kettle. Yeah.
Yep.
That's not good.
Stinky mash tun, man.
Oh man.
Beer grains, holy, they smell great when they're fresh.
Yeah.
You know what stinks? I set out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying that's what's great about the auto cleaning. I don't have to do anything now besides pull the grain out, rinse it, and throw the bag back in and click a button.
That's nice. I put some yeast using the YOS method the night before in my hot liquor tank. And this was about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4. And I started feeling ill. I don't know if I got the COVID or not, but I kind of said, well, I'm just going to put off brewing for a little bit. I wound up keeping that in there for about 9 or 10 days. And it definitely doesn't last 9 or 10 days out in the garage.
It'll get a little ripe.
It smelled like a cross between Cheetos and some kind of nasty off, mildew flavor.
When I was doing those tests and seeing how long it would go, I pulled it on like day 5 because I was like, this is not good. I was going to get infected. It probably is infected at this point. It doesn't smell good.
But it was still holding low oxygen, right?
It was still holding the oxygen away, but it was like, I would never brew with this. So that's why I pulled the plug. I was like, no, we're done.
Yep.
Were you getting autolysis kinds of aromas, or do you think that the yeast had just died and something else had taken over?
Yeah, I don't think there was enough alcohol to do anything with it. It was just, I don't know.
I thought mine smelled like mildew and cheese.
Yeah.
It was capped and covered too, so it didn't have much exposed surface area.
Which that sounds like some kind of bacteria, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's some like actor type something.
Or like isovaleric.
Yeah, isovaleric too. Yeah.
I'm debating. I've got this keg of, it was supposed to be for my March brew club meeting. I was going to do a low oxygen brewing presentation.
I remember reading about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I had the both beers, and I kept them on. I kept both of them in the kegerator just to kind of compare them myself and see how they went. And just this week I went back to the conventional one, which I can taste flavors in it that some years ago I would have thought this was a pretty decent homemade lager. I tried it again for the first time in, I don't know, 3-4 weeks, yesterday, the day before. And I was like, this is not drinkable. It's so far below my standards now. It's just not drinkable.
Was it that distinctly different at the start, or does that just show the rapid deterioration? Or would you have, if you hadn't been saving it for a club meeting, would you have dumped it in the beginning?
No, it was better in the beginning. The oxidation definitely has become more pronounced over time, to a point where, like, in the mild color difference. That color too. White raisin, gold color, and the difference has become more pronounced. I mean, I'm drinking the low oxygen version right now, and it's fantastic. It tastes as fresh as it did, 2 months ago. But the other one is it was undrinkable. And I thought about trying to make malt vinegar, and but it's got a little bit, I don't know. I tasted it and I thought it wouldn't even make a good base for a malt vinegar. It doesn't have enough malt flavor. An extra hint of hops, I don't think, is really going to be good for that. So,
sure,
I'd probably do something like a unhopped amber. Or next time I do like a Keller beer or something like that, something a little more with a little more color, a little bit more maltiness. I'll probably pull a gallon or something, overbrew a gallon, pull it from the mash tun, boil it without the hops. My brother's a beekeeper, and so fortunately I have tons and tons of honey if I ever want it, or whenever I make mead once in a while. But he also has started making vinegar out of his honey, which is something that nobody's really doing, but it's pretty cool. And it makes like for great salad dressing stuff, but I like vinegar. So I said, well, you know, he makes the mead really just to turn it into honey vinegar, but I want to try some malt vinegar because I love malt vinegar on fish and chips. You know,
Oh, yeah.
You know, so
what'd you think the homebrew club would have thought of your experiment had you been able to take it?
Well, it's funny because I've mentioned it in a couple of the meetings, and you know, most people seem to be absolutely clueless and have never even heard of it. They like, what are you talking about, low oxygen? There's a couple people you can see kind of have this like, I don't know, you know, I've read some contentious threads online about it, sort of people, and then there's one guy actually who said, you know, I tried it once and brewed the best Helles I ever made and got best of show in a competition with it. I'm like, well, why don't you keep doing it? He said, well, it's just, I don't know.
Too much work.
Yeah. That's what it really boils down to, I think, is that people, you know, he obviously saw the difference and thought it was a fantastic beer, but, you know, probably just wanted the easy road.
Could be. You think they would have
It's okay.
tasted the difference without you saying it?
Say again?
You think they would have tasted the difference without you sort of saying it?
Absolutely. So I've got a buddy who comes over and doesn't know jack about brewing, but he's a big beer, you know, enthusiast. And I've talked a little bit about, you know, the low oxygen process to him, but I didn't tell him what it was. So I just gave him, you know, a little sample glass of both of them and said, what do you think? And he had some interesting observations. He thought, you know, the high oxygen was more bitter or had more hops character, which I don't know, maybe not, but he said they're distinctly different. And this one, the low oxygen, is definitely better. He said it's, you know, by far and away the better beer. You know, so.
Now, was the difference on those just on the hot side, or was it cold side differences as well?
It was a little cold side difference. Unfortunately I missed the spund, but I did the fermenter prime, and it, you know, still worked out great. I've had great luck with that when I missed the spund. And the other one did sit. I did sort of it wasn't an exact comparison on the cold side. I did kind of what I used to do and what most people do on the cold side, you know, which is just kind of, you know, let it ferment fully out, cold crash it. Although I did protect it from, you know, I cold crashed it in a keg. Mm-hmm. So I did protect it from suck back and all. But I think in that letting it fully ferment out and, you know, sit for, you know, 10, 12 days, or I forget exactly how many it was, in the fermenter, even at, you know, lager temperatures or whatever. But it was, so there was, I kind of followed what I would have done prior to going down this rabbit hole, and what is kind of standard process on the cold side. And man, they were very, very distinctly different beers. But in the beginning, the conventional one I thought was, you know, it's decent, it's drinkable. A couple of years ago, I would have thought, you know, I would have been proud to serve that as my, you know, my homebrewed, you know, pale lager. But my benchmark for what I expect of my own beer has gotten so much higher that it's now undrinkable. So I'm going to dump that keg probably later tonight.
I haven't been able to get anyone in my club super interested in low oxygen, but everyone seems at least open to the idea. I've only brought in like 1 or 2 beers I've brewed low oxygen in my club meetings and stuff, and people have enjoyed them, but I haven't done a side-by-side or had anybody else try it out and give me their thoughts on it. But I've been at least optimistic with people's response to me and discussing it during meetings and such.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't gotten anybody saying, "Oh, you're one of those guys," or anything like that. You know, none of that. Like I said, most people just kind of look at you like, "What are you talking about, low oxygen brewing?" You know. Yeah, it was. I really, really debated whether I wanted to actually go through the trouble of brewing both, knowing that I would probably end up throwing one of them out. But it was as much for myself as it was for the club too, because I really wanted to, I know my beer has gotten dramatically better, but I've also tweaked so many other things in the process in the 3 years I've been doing this.
Yep.
That, I want to make sure it wasn't that. So sure enough, I did everything else the same. And the difference was huge. Enough.
That's a good validation on your own system.
Yeah, and that was the big thing. I did it as much for me as for anybody else. But now that I've seen how big the difference is, we've rescheduled. We weren't able to get it on the docket until November, but we're going to do it again. My presentation in November, so I'm going to brew them both over again.
Cool.
Because I was sold already, but just being able to see the side by side was really, really a validation to me.
So I keep a time capsule, as it were, of my beers. I still have my first ever low oxygen beer. I have some other beers that I thought were really good. And if they were really good, I'd bottle a few bottles and then throw them in my time capsule, which is basically just a purge keg and an empty purge keg. And I was going through stuff today and I was cleaning out in the brew room and I was like, I think tonight will be a time for a time capsule opening. And so this was so I have a bottle. This was one of my last normal oxygen brews, which was Hellas. So I haven't had it. I've been brewing low oxygen since 2014. So this is an old beer, albeit kept in the time capsule. So I'm going to crack it and I'm going to see what it's all about.
So that beer is older than 2 of your 3 children, or what?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So we'll see. Oh, it's
There's
hot.
the sound. Yeah, there's the sound.
Oh, it tastes like a Hefeweizen.
Yeah. So,
Is it brown?
it's dark golden.
Yeah.
It's not that dark though, for being that old.
Yeah, it's not too dark.
Well, it's been in suspended animation for all this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So you saved a lot of that damage.
It's very perfumey. Slightly green apples, some apple things going on. But I'll take a drink. There's a little bit of butterscotch to it, but it's it reminds me of what my beers used to taste like. It's old, obviously. The beer's old. You can taste that. But there's really nothing to it. Like, not really any hops. There's no malt. It's just flat. And that's kind of what started the whole rabbit hole, as it were, is that the beers were good. I mean, they were clear. They were, I can see that sliced apple thing going on here. But yeah, there's just no malt. There's no flavor. It's hard to get there's just nothing there.
So you said you did have it stored in a purged keg, though?
Yeah.
Like just purchased the CO2 after filling with, or just straight CO2? No.
Straight CO2.
No liquid, and then okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely 6 years old, but
I mean, in all honesty, it sounds like it held up pretty well, right?
yeah.
I mean, granted, it was in a chamber, but it's
Yeah, I mean, it's been
a
at
6-year-old beer.
It's been at 30 degrees in a purge keg for 5 years probably. So I'm picking up kind of like a burnt toast kind of thing. I'm sure that's age, but anyways.
I think the muted flavors is something that probably, I mean, it resonates with me mostly because I think that was one of the main reasons why I made the switch and sort of accepted the challenge to try to do everything as low oxygen as possible, was trying to get, honestly, more bang for my base malt buck. It was muted flavors. I could not match any kind of flavor that I was picking up in any commercial at any age. You know, even warm off the shelf, it still managed to have more malt flavor than what I was able to replicate at home. Hops, forget about it. I mean, I could hop up a beer and I could still get that, and that would be fresh and that would linger for, you know, maybe 10 days or so before that started to diminish. But on the malt side, couldn't hold a candle. And so that's been the biggest comparison that I think of when I drink my beers now. I don't have a 6-year-old sample, obviously, but when I'm looking back and thinking about what my beers have now than what they used to have, and it's definitely all of a sudden, even something as simple as 2-row, you know, that's 95% of I can taste it, you know?
So here's a funny story. So, all right. So, okay. So the camera's backwards. Okay. So this was my old beer. This right here, this one, which is almost the same color. So this one was, my old beer was probably Pilsen Vienna, probably something close to that. Never any Munich, never any caramel. This beer is actually this beer, which is a collaboration beer I did that was supposed to go to the World Beer Cup, but is now being turned into hand sanitizer at the World Beer Cup. So that's fantastic. Which is an Oktoberfest, which is 70% Munich, 30% Pils, on a low oxygen setup, commercial setup, 20 barrels. And they're almost the same color.
Yeah.
And dramatically different flavors, of course, but yeah, that's funny. They are very similar.
So pre-low oxygen, what was your boil like? Did you just let it rip, or would you simmer?
No, it was a full-on boil at probably 2 gallons an hour or something. Yeah.
5,500 watt element at 100% power.
No, it was probably it was 5,500. No, you know what? Oh, God, what was that? It was in my Blickman system. So that was a 20-gallon Blickman, and it had two 5,500 watt elements. And I think I ran the two 5,500 watt elements at 45%. So yeah, it's pretty close to 100% on a 5,500 watt.
It's a pretty good rip.
Yeah, in a 20-gallon kettle with, I think I'd have to start like 9 gallons for my 5-gallon batch. So I'd boil off 2, I'd sediment 1 or 2. Yeah, it was.
That was all the rage.
Yeah, it was different. But
One thing I find I can understand where people who are accustomed to, they have their standard of commercial with craft, high oxygen beers, especially lagers, is in a sense, we've been mentioning how there's nothing there and there's so much more refined flavor, but there are also a lot of flavors missing, which we might recognize as things you want missing, not good things, but some people might actually find something missing. And
sure.
That's something I noticed with a lot of the Czech beers. When I go to the Czech Republic, they always had this sweetness to it. And I never understood what it was. I tried everything trying to figure out what it was. And then come to find out it was just oxygenation. So to get that sweetness that the typical, smaller Czech breweries, which is the vast majority of them have, was especially with the Dunkels. I could taste a Dunkel that, isn't low oxygen in a heartbeat because I know exactly what it should taste like if it's not low oxygen. It's because I drank so many of them. But
that's the thing. People, they're stuck on this whole wet cardboard thing. As we brewers have been drilled into our heads for so long that oh, oxidation tastes like wet cardboard. Well, my beer doesn't taste like wet cardboard, so it's not oxidized. It's like, no, there's so many other ways it manifests. And so
sherry and cardboard. That's all you hear.
yeah. So I don't know if you can see, it's probably not a great representation. So here are the two Hellas's. Really not much difference in, in color. And I thought there would be more, but the difference when I go with that's definitely the oxidized one. It's there's that kind of like that sherry, dried fruit and nuts kind of flavor that is characteristic of sherry that I get that really strong in here. And, and that's something, and it can come across as a little bit of sweetness. Like you said, it's one of those things I think so many people just don't expect that. They're looking for wet cardboard, and they don't understand that oxidation can manifest itself in so many different ways. Wet cardboard being the far extreme, but sherry, port, or tawny port, those are wines that are deliberately oxidized, and that's if you know those flavors, then hey, that's oxidation for you because they're deliberately oxidized.
But some of that extra sweetness and the extra bitterness from the Herbstoffe is something that some people would probably find is a more intense character to the beer, which, you got something low oxygen, very clean, very light, it makes a difference. And that's why I guess we all have to revisit all of our recipe formulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you're doing something like an ale, maybe the English ale, they're some of them are a little bit dirty anyway. Maybe you want to get that character, and if you pump out something super clean, even though it's an ale, it might not be what you're expecting.
Yeah.
I'm finding something interesting. The next thing I've done the last couple of brews I've done is Pilsner, and I'm using multiple hop additions, like 50, 30, 15. And for the longest time, and this is rooted in my pre-low oxygen experience, I've defaulted on most of my beers to first wort hop only. And I found that gave me more hop character and in the aroma as well as everything. And now I'm finding that there's a lot of hop missing, low oxygen. So I'm thinking, what is it about the difference in process? One thing I've thought about is, having read about first wort hopping, that the lingering aroma, a lot of that comes from the hydrocarbons oxidizing to more permanently soluble forms during the long run up to the boil. And well, if we're keeping oxygen out while we're running off to the kettle, there's probably no opportunity for that. And I just wonder if Bryan or anybody has any insight into what might be happening there. And then on the flip side, doing everything low oxygen, before I was probably wasting some of the late hop additions, because by the time I got it tapped, they were already fading, whereas now they should be preserved. And also makes me think about the fact that the whole idea of first wort hopping and no late additions, nothing after, the last hour of the boil, do go back to the olden days of high oxygen, and the more complex hop schedules that are used now are on, of course, low oxygen brew houses. But I just wonder if anybody has any insights into the difference between high oxygen and low oxygen and hopping.
It's interesting because one of the first things I noticed when I went to low oxygen on my first brews was that the hops were completely different. And it doesn't make sense because you're boiling hops, right? So inherently, whether you brew low oxygen or not, the boil is void of oxygen.
Right.
So what changes? Is there some interaction in a low oxygen environment with hops that that does something? Is it the lower vigor boil that doesn't expel as many volatiles, and so those are retained, and those volatiles are obviously aroma and flavor compounds of.
Although I had done a lot to, I was onto the pretty low vigor boil before I went to low oxygen and the rest of the hot side. That was one aspect of my hot side that was good. So
What about how clean the mash runoff is? You know, like along with the low oxygen process, we all strive to have crystal clear wort going into the kettle. And maybe when you don't have crystal clear wort, the hop oils maybe grab on to more of that stuff.
It could very well be those fats and lipids. Obviously, you have oils from the hops, and maybe they do cling on to those fats and lipids, and they drop out.
Well, Brian, how's it different? When you said it's different, what did you notice?
It was way more vibrant. And even today, you know, I can do a 30-minute hop addition on a pills and be like, it's good, like it's where it should be. And where before that would never be a thing. I mean, I would be late hopping. I would never dry hop a pills because that's just sacrilegious, but I would do a flame out or a 5-minute addition or a 10-minute addition to try and up that aroma to where I thought it would be. It was obviously, in context, it was never where it should have been. It was kind of unbalanced and whack, but I didn't really have a good reason. I didn't really know what I was chasing. I know my aroma was fading and that kind of stuff, and my flavor wasn't where it should have been, so I was trying a whole different thing, a bunch of things. But straight away, I noticed that, like, the first time I brewed like a pale ale or an IPA is really when it blew my mind. Like I never got those. Hey, Benson.
Hey.
I never got those flavors and aromas before. Just those, like, and I use in my pale ales and stuff, I use a lot of like Amarillo, Simcoe, Citra, and those flavors just exploded out of the boil. And so that's what really changed for me was just the flavor that was coming out of it. And I don't know why, to be honest. It could be a million different reasons. So yeah.
And since I used to feel like I was wasting a lot of hop late additions and did settle on the first wort as something that really worked. It's curious to me. I've got this one here that it's just not what I used to have carrying over. And so I just wonder, and the whole thing, I guess there's a lot of room for exploring it to figure out what is going on and how hops work with low oxygen. But
so Rob, you're finding that it's less prominent. You're getting less hops.
Yeah, first wort used to be my best strategy pre-low oxygen.
It was funny that the pills I just did was the first time I've ever actually done first wort hop. Actually, I probably tried it way back when, but you know, it was the first time I did it, and I don't know. I can't say I've not done the same recipe, you know, both ways, so I can't really say. But you know, I've got and it was a pills with the late hop, the late Mandarina Bavaria. So again, it's a little hard to tell because it's different than all the other pills that I do. It's different than, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I know a while back, even a couple of years ago, you know, a couple of us were discussing, you know, whether, and I know from an isomerization standpoint, it shouldn't make a difference, but you know, a couple of us were talking about, you know, needing to, you know, increase, you know, our hops by say 10% or so, you know, because we were experiencing less bitterness. You know, whether it was
that could be a lower intensity boil,
bigger boil. Well, that was what we were, you know, I know Russ, you know, and I were discussing that. Yeah, has he been on any of these lately? Love to meet Russ.
Yeah, he missed the last one, but yeah, normally Russ is on. Yeah.
But anyway, we were talking about it, and this was, you know, 2 years or so ago, and we thought maybe it was a low vigor boil, but you know, Bryan, you more recently said something to the effect of, you know, and it makes sense that, you know, at that temperature, you're still isomerizing the hops, it shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah.
So there may be some other mechanism going on in there. Again, maybe the clarity of the wort or something like that. And speaking of which, I don't know if anybody else has tried this. We were recently talking about boosting the calcium, from say 40 ppm to 60 or so. And that made a huge difference in my last 2 beers, because sometimes I've been like on the cusp of, I can't get this wort clear. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not, and then I boosted it to 60 ppm on the calcium, and both of them were crystal clear.
That's cool. I'm glad to hear it, because that's something I've believed and been preaching for, not here low oxygen, but just in general. I've always thought that there are a lot of people that think, especially with lagers, that you don't need mineralization. I think calcium is the closest thing to magic dust in brewing, and you do need the calcium. You may not want anything else, but
yeah,
like Martin Brungard, who says, well, you can brew a lager with no calcium at all, but 30 parts per million is as high as he would go. And I'm like, well, what?
Yeah,
I don't see that working.
Yeah.
Well, and you've got those old models of the different, the water from different cities. Is the water really like that anymore, or is that 100 years ago the water was in Munich had no minerality or whatever? Because chances are there's
well, here's the real problem. Here's the problem. It probably could still be like that city water, but none of these breweries
city water
are brewing with that. Like Weinstefan, in their 2 locations, one has a RO and the other has some other water demineralization plant.
And they have always, as far back as you can go, either had their own source or that, and they've always treated somehow.
Absolutely.
I find it interesting. I've got not exactly up to date like Kunze or Narziss, but it's fun. I've got Julius Tausing, the 1908 edition. He was the Kunze or Narziss of the late 19th, early 20th century. He did like a dozen editions between like 1880 and 1920, and he has analyses of what he says are analyses of actual brewing water, which I presume is not source water, but as it is used in the brew house. He has about 8 different ones just from Pilsen, from all the different brew houses there. And I tell you, none of them look anything like the water profiles that we see. I mean, they're much more highly mineralized.
Mm-hmm.
And they just don't look like something you get, one from the other, from what we have seen. So, and then presumably they're adding more treatments beyond that too. So
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, they're not dumb. With the pale lager craze, I would say in the 70s is kind of really when that kind of took off with the invention of like really getting down to the nitty gritty with the pale lagers. Everything changed. I mean, they started, I would probably say before that they were doing things, but like when it came to like the 70s and like the macro pale German lagers, they're nothing you find, no water report you find from Munich or whatever is going to be remotely close to what they're doing, or Pilsen or whatever. I don't.
The only brewery I know of that sticks to a water profile, and it's interesting, if you go to Sam Adams in Boston, I'm south of Boston, they've always, Jim Cook has always brewed it with Boston tap water, and the brewery here does it with, and the brewery in Boston now is really just a pilot brewery. They do a lot of the small batch stuff and their sour program and a lot of their barrel aging stuff. Their big production breweries are in Pennsylvania and Ohio, but they basically give them the water profile from Boston City tap water, and they start with RO and then adjust to match Boston City tap water.
Yeah, but I mean, some people
you're going to have to do that if you're trying to make the same brand across different plants. I'm sure that Budweiser or any of them that have multiple plants, you absolutely have to do that. So
yeah, and you know, some people, unlike us in Minnesota, we're blessed with brilliantly great tap water. Our bicarbs out of my faucet, I got like 450 ppm bicarbonate. So there's no way I'm brewing anything with that. So, you know, and a lot of people, like where Tim's in Minnesota, but he's more Minneapolis, and they have completely different water in Minneapolis. So, you know, some people are blessed with some good water out of the tap. And if you are, more power to you. But I know the Germans, they have hard water. So that's what started this whole craze, was the pale lagers. And you brew a pale lager with hard water, and it's got a weird bitterness, and stuff isn't smooth, and it doesn't taste right. And then they just figured it out. So.
Are you guys at the point where when you taste beers, you can kind of pick apart their water profile or their minerals? Because that's something I ended up kind of trying to focus on over the past couple of years, is seeing how much sulfate do I get in this beer, how much chloride do I get, and just, you know, is there some magnesium character on like an IPA or something? Like, how much of your tasting experience revolves around the actual water analysis now?
I don't know.
That's great. Refined.
Yeah, I don't know that I could pick that up, honestly. I mean, I can pick up like in like Dab, you know, which is a Dortmunder. I can pick up like a mineral profile. I couldn't tell you if it was sodium or actual, I don't know. It tastes like salt water to me. So I don't know. I would say it's sodium, but I don't know if it's coming from somewhere else. I mean, if you can pick that up, I would say that's fantastic.
But the Dortmund breweries, since they really didn't become a brewing center until peak industrial brewing, they were kind of at the forefront of water treatment. So I doubt that the water they brew with is anything like, you know, the profile, again, like everywhere, as we've said, probably not the profile that they're using. And
yeah, the only one I can pick up is, you know, and you know, this has been mentioned on the different threads, is like Radeburger.
Oh yeah, that's salt water.
That's salty. It's like, it's briny almost. And but I can't tell you. I honestly, it's funny because, you know, being into the low oxygen brewing and being able to taste all the nuances of the resulting beer, I'm not very good at picking out little individual things. Like, I couldn't tell you, you know, something high magnesium or high this or that, except maybe sodium, you know, in the example we're talking about. But, you know, it's like noble hops. Like, you know, can I tell Spalt from, you know, Hallertau? Probably not. You know, I use them sometimes for specific reasons, but I don't know. It's like, I can tell a noble hop quality, but I can't tell, you know, Perla from Spalt or Hallertau or, you know, Tettnang. I don't know. It's a noble hop quality, but.
Yeah, and most of the times they're used early in the boil too.
Right.
So I mean, you lose those nuanced flavors, and you just get like that noble, maybe perfumey characteristic of you know, the noble character, but you can't really pick it out. I mean, just like you could pick out an American hop, you know, maybe it's a little bit more pungent, maybe a little bit more resiny or bitter, harsh bitter or something like that if it's high alpha. But yeah,
I wouldn't say that I can pick out a 20 ppm versus a 40 ppm, but if it's something like, okay, this is 200 ppm calcium, you know, or 200 ppm chloride versus that in sulfate, you know, when it's kind of on the high ends, especially with like an IPA or, you know, an imperial stout or something where they're going to add a lot of minerals to it already. I think that ends up having a large impact on the texture and mouthfeel kind of experience that I get when drinking a lot of different beers now.
I agree. I think a lot of like calcium chloride will give the beer like silky, almost oily sort of thickness, viscosity, I guess, mouthfeel.
The calcium ion itself really has no flavor impact at all. Magnesium might, of the hardness minerals, but but the calcium doesn't. It's that anion that's going to mostly impact the flavor.
The chloride.
It would be
Yeah.
I know
interesting.
when I was first getting into water chemistry, I was kind of reading about it, and I had a porter and a pale ale on tap that I'd brewed before with no adjustments, with just tap water, and I doctored them up. And it's sort of funny because when I tasted the glass that I knew, had more sulfate in it, it's like, oh, I was a little, you get the dryness, and the one that I knew that had more chloride is like, oh, I get. But then when I tasted them blind, I could clearly taste the difference between them, but I never could. It was very, I almost never got correctly which one had the more sulfate, which had the more chloride, and which had.
That's interesting.
So it was.
Yeah, you could pick out the nuance, but not know what it was.
And then, so you're saying that I was never quite sure because you're adding calcium sulfate or calcium chloride, so it's boosting the calcium. I'm never sure if the calcium was adding something or just the fact that it's adding it after the fact, and maybe it's a little chalky or something or you're not fully dissolved versus adding it in the mash, if it added a difference there too.
Yeah, I've never had a lot of luck with that. Dissolve a little gypsum and a little calcium chloride and add it to your beer, and I've never had great luck at it. None of it tastes good. It just doesn't work for me the same way.
Tried
So.
that too. I got a splitting headache. I kept trying it with gypsum, and every time I did it, I get a terrible headache from it. And I'm like, this is pointless.
So how do you guys add it then if you're not just titrating it?
Just keep brewing.
Yeah.
Just try it once at one, try it once at another.
Yeah.
I do that all the time, but I brew the same beers over and over and over.
I mean, Rob said he doesn't like to sprinkle it.
Well, I've just never gotten. I don't think that. I mean, in my experience, that really gives you a fair idea of what the flavor of that level of it in the brewing process is. Somehow.
You mean outside of making a beer, you're just putting it in a glass?
Yeah. That's a lot of people recommend that. Here,
I see. Okay.
Decide, take a glass of beer, add some gypsum to one, add some calcium chloride to another.
No, I've never done that.
To me, that doesn't give a fair comparison. It all tastes awful.
Because I probably read the same exact thing you did. Like,
Yeah.
it's a great idea, and I do, and I'm like, these guys are a bunch of retards.
I've done that to where I do 1,000 times more than normal in the glass, just to be like, what's this taste like when it's way overdone? But then I think there's something different when you add it before you mash versus even adding it to the kettle. Because like when I would add minerals to the kettle during a sparge or a flame out or something, I got a lot harsher of a profile than when it was in the mash and it kind of fully integrated or something.
Interesting. Yeah.
That is interesting because I add all my water salts to my crushed grain, and then I mash with it, even if I sparge. And so I don't ever add kettle additions of minerals. It's always in the mash. So even if I sparge, I just account for the higher ion content and know it's going to be basically split in half when it gets in the kettle. So that's interesting you say that because I've anecdotally settled on that because I thought there was something to that too.
I have the vast majority of my minerals in the mash, and in the sparge, I'll just add a little bit, whatever I might need to get my final profile that I'm looking for. And I try to have maybe 30 parts per million of calcium in the sparge just for extra protection and pH control during the sparge, which probably I could get away with without, since it's RO water, but it seems like it wouldn't hurt to have a little calcium in that RO sparge water. But
so what are you primarily using? Rob, what are you primarily using to adjust calcium then?
I use both calcium chloride and gypsum because I like to keep a balance. I like to keep nothing getting too far out of a moderate range. I probably have both for pale lagers. I'll have both chloride and sulfate somewhere between 60 and 80 in the final analysis overall. And I go for like 100 parts per million calcium in the mash, but then my overall is like the 60 that we've been talking about after diluting that with the sparge.
And then
Nothing in excess.
for full clarity, that 60 is because if you are using like Brutan B in the mash, it is also chelating
Right.
calcium, and it's roughly about 10 ppm of calcium per
So to
dose.
strip out. Yeah.
So if you're not using Brutan, aim for 50 and probably get good clarity. But
Yeah.
It's interesting.
below that,
My last two
start
ba-
having
my last two batches, my last brew day, I did a 2-batch day, which was a Märzen and a Pils. And I had never done boil editions of Brutan B, because, back when I first started doing Brutan B was when, everybody was like, oh, you put it in boil and it's giving a permanent haze, which we now know is just bad packaging of the wrong product. But so I was like, all right, I'll give it a try this time because, we did the split and I have what I know is Brutan B because I had my old Brutan B, which was probably the right thing, but I don't know. And it was 3 years old anyway, so I ended up tossing it since I had the bigger package anyway. So yeah, and absolute clarity, but it was the first time adding it. So I think that was another case where, boosting the calcium to up to around 60 ppm really helped because, not only did I add, 1,000 milligrams to the mash, I ended up adding, something like 1,500 milligrams to the boil. And so, still able to get super, super clear wort, as a result. But I attribute that, whereas before it was hit or miss. I'd have crystal clear wort, and then I couldn't get one clear. Like no matter what I did, I couldn't get it clear. And I really think there was that interplay of being right at the borderline of where the Brutan B was interfering with the calcium and bringing it down low enough that I couldn't get clear wort going into the fermenter. Because some days I'd swear I did everything exactly like I did last time, but I can't get it clear. And, that seemed to be, flipping that switch made all the difference. Both beers were crystal clear.
I think with the boil edition, there's also somehow a synergy between the Brutan B and Whirlfloc.
Yeah.
The Brutan first binds some proteins and makes it easier for the Whirlfloc to latch on. I'm not sure what the mechanism is, but I think it's a little bit like auxiliary findings in cask ale, where you add the silica and that makes bigger flocks, and then the isinglass grabs onto those bigger flocks. Yeah, I mean, that's an analogy. It's not anything like the same mechanism, but that can help if you're using both of those. But maybe some people that use just one or the other are having more clarity issues too. I don't know.
I want to throw out another note. I've still got the two beers, again, same day, same recipe, high oxygen and low oxygen. And on the aroma, the conventional oxygen one, besides those sort of sherry-ish notes, it's really muted. It's just kind of like there's some acidity in it, but definitely those sherry notes. Whereas on the low oxygen, it's just got a beautiful breadiness. But it's funny because this Helles, before low oxygen, I always had 10% Vienna in my Helles. And since I've gone to low oxygen, I've done the 95.5, and then this one was my old school 85-10-5. So, 85 Pils, 10 Vienna, 5 Carahel. And I know, Bryan, you're not a fan of small amounts of Vienna or Munich, and or especially Vienna. You always said, like a pizza crust or something. There is a doughy element to it, and maybe that is the small amount of Vienna. I like it. Obviously, I know you don't like it, and some people don't, but I kind of like that, like bread dough.
Yeah, to me, it's raw dough. Like I bake a lot of bread. And do a lot of pizza making and stuff like that. So it's the raw dough character. And it's not that I don't like it, because like I'll make 100% Vienna lager and love it.
Right.
That it, to me, is detracting from the overall picture, where like, it's hard for me to explain, but it's something like, it kind of overwhelms the other flavor, which would be the non-doughiness, more of the breadiness for me. And
Right.
it's not that I don't like it, because I do like it and I enjoy it. It's just that for me as a whole, I feel like in some, and it's usually those smaller amounts where like, you'll be like, just like you said, it's like dough, and which is fine. But for me, sometimes I don't want dough. I just want the nice, bready note, or
Well, it's funny because tomorrow I'm doing a Hellas and I'm just going with straight 95.5, and I've done that before and liked it a lot. I like the beer, but there are times when I drink it when I do get that breadiness and almost wish it wasn't there, like you said.
it's sometimes it's
Like I like it, but I'm not sure I want it there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's exactly it. It's just sometimes for me, it's distracting.
Yeah.
And it just depends. Whatever.
But the aromatic difference between the two is huge. The low oxygen and the high oxygen, huge difference. It's really muted. The other one, like I said, you get the sherry notes, but not much else. And the low oxygen has just got so much more going on in the aroma.
I noticed only one of those beers looked like it was worth drinking there, John.
Which one have I been milking for the last half hour or so?
It's like there's a bug in that one too when you hold it up.
Yeah, there's something. I don't know what it is. Let's see.
There's
a bug, or to get some mold somewhere in some. Oh, you know what it was? Because I disconnected it from my kegerator, and I went back to an old picnic spout just because the keg is now sitting in my kitchen, just sitting on the floor. And so I went to an old picnic spout, and there's probably a little bit of mold or something like that was in my old picnic spout, which I don't use those anymore. So sure enough, it probably sat in there, but yeah, whatever. It didn't change the fact that this is still crap beer.
Yeah, well, if it's any concession, mine is still here too. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to explain the differences until you do it. And then once you get the differences, then you realize it's hard to go back.
There's no going back. Yeah. Especially doing the side-by-side batches here. It's like, yeah, I can't do that anymore. Cause I would have, 3.5 years ago, I would have thought this was a fantastic homebrewed lager. And now I just can't. It's getting.
Well, as long as it's easy enough to execute the better way, then there's no reason to go back, right? Or
Yeah.
and say my brew day is so challenging now that it's just too much. I got to go back because I can't handle it. That would be
Right.
the only reason, right?
Yeah, YOS was the big
Oh, that's
flip
awesome.
of the switch for me, because that's just one more thing to throw in with my water treatment the night before, and
Yeah.
otherwise there's it's not adding that hour or two to the brew day. So
I've got one
agree.
brew day using that, and man, I am sold. I am completely sold.
I like the aroma of the yeast when you pour it in there. It smells great when it's sitting there.
and where does that go? I was convinced beforehand that there would be something detectable following through, but I guess a lot of it, the yeast actually gets trapped in the grain bed when you're lautering.
Exactly. I think it gets
And it
caught
doesn't
up.
produce enough flavor. There's so little, there's not really any fermentation flavor.
I'd like
so.
to capture that aroma in the beer somehow. It smells great.
Well, instead of throwing pinches of gypsum and calcium chloride in your beer, just go get some bread yeast.
Speaking of which, I know I posted this the other day. It's crazy because back in February, I bought the 2-pound Red Star bread yeast, and it was like $19, which still is a lot for bread yeast, but it's 2 pounds. It's going to last me 2 years probably.
But I go to Gordon Food Service store and get that for $2.99 and no shipping. Normally, if they have.
Still on Amazon, but because I guess with the quarantine, a lot of people are making bread now, and the bread the place I bought it doesn't have any anymore on Amazon, and the few places I was able to find it was double the price. It was $40 for the two.
Oh, 40. That's
And
too high.
$20 shipping now.
Yeah.
I noticed before the apocalypse, it was like $10 or $10.99 and free shipping with Prime, which
Yeah,
I
that's
thought was
what
bad
I
enough
for.
since I buy it cheap locally. But now it's like $40 and $20 shipping, and that's
crazy.
Yeah, I definitely, the first time I get to meet Russ, I'd like to thank him for the yeast method.
yeah.
He's the guy who started it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
my first few low oxygen brews were with the boil method, and I just thought, I don't know if I can put an hour on the front of my brew day, just heat up and chill in water.
3 years into it, because I think in March I hit 3 years since I've been doing the low oxygen thing, and my March brew day was the first time I did the yeast thing, because early on there were concerns about off flavors, you could detect flavors. I don't know, but it turns out that it's a whole lot easier than boiling gallons of water only to just turn right around and cool them back down. I just wasted 15 minutes of heat and propane and time and
the only thing that's going to be easier is when Bryan finally gets that column deaerator in his system. I know it's coming.
No, it's not actually, because I already have a stone in there. Actually, I have 2 stones in my hot liquor tank, and I've ran the tests, and it's not faster. So for me personally, what's about the same as the yeast oxygen scavenging is for me to boil, but I have 11,000 watts in my hot liquor tank. So, I can boil and cool in about 30 minutes. And that's roughly, it's 20, 25 minutes. If you do, the accelerated heated smaller dose of the YOS or just the normal YOS. But it's about 45 minutes for me to actually do a deoxygenation just with stripping gas and recirculation. So, and then I waste a whole ton of nitrogen. So it's not cost effective for me to do that.
So I'm debating actually getting a column just like you mentioned, because I've got a nitrogen generator if I can ever get it to Texas.
Oh.
So that's kind of my plans, is to, as I'm filling the hot liquor tank, is to, because the RO flow is going to be slow enough, just have that come in the top and nitrogen stream in the bottom, and pack it with some stainless steel scrubbies. And then if I get eventually if I get a DO meter, we'll see if I can actually run some tests to see if it, I guess you'd say, can inline deoxygenate the water. So the idea would be to do, for me to be able to do back-to-back batches, and so refill my hot liquor tank as I deplete it, and refill it as the mash is going on, and then just basically just batch them through. And if I wanted to have a continuous operation, that's why I'm thinking about doing the deaerator column. So nitrogen won't cost me anything if I can ever get that thing to Texas, or move to Georgia, whichever one comes first.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even need
I got your pH probes right here. I packaged them all up. I got to get them to you.
All right, thank you, sir.
I don't even know if you'll need the column for that. You should be able to just do it with the regular stones, just in line like you're talking.
I think Bryan was just saying that it's not as fast as
Yeah,
boiling.
it's not as fast, but if you got an endless supply as the RO is feeding in, because like my RO feeds in at right around 200 milliliters a minute, so that's going to deoxygenate your water as it feeds into the kettle.
Yeah, but you could easily, Benson, you could get, what are you thinking, like a 3-inch column, pack it with scrubbies. I mean, you're talking standard still stuff.
That's exactly right.
And that shit works fantastic too. So
yeah,
you're just giving it more nucleation points to do. And I mean, if I had an endless supply of nitrogen, I would do a lot of things different too.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that one day.
Too large to ship or what?
Yeah.
What was that?
Too large to ship?
Well, so I bought it kind of towards the end of last year from actually a guy in Atlanta off of Craigslist. And so the intent was when we got back from India to kind of put my foot down with work and say, listen, I'm moving to Georgia, whatever it needs to happen is going to happen. So we're moving. But anyhow, plans changed. We end up not moving to Georgia, and now it's sitting in my my brother-in-law's basement. And
You can't just like take a weekend and make a road trip.
Yeah.
I have contemplated it, but you know, just life circumstances have prevented me from making any overnight trips anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know about now, but you used to, I don't even know if they still exist, but you ship it. I shipped, I think it was like 900-pound smoker from Georgia to my parents' house in South Dakota, and it was like $300-400 to do that. I just went on to use ship, and it's kind of like eBay. You just put the bid out, and someone takes it.
I did that with a car. I did that with car transport from Texas to here, and I think it was like $400 or $500.
Yeah, you can get good deals on that. I don't know about right now, but once everything gets back to normal, you may.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll be able to make a weekend trip then. Go out there.
How big is it?
Haul back. Yeah, it's not that big. It weighs a couple 100 pounds. You know, it takes a lot of effort for two grown men to pick it up, but it's not huge. That part of the problem is it's not crated up. It's on just rolling wheels. So I'd have to figure out some way to, you know, put it in a nice wood sturdy box, and then that just adds to the trouble. And my brother-in-law doesn't have time to mess with it. He's got 4 kids he's trying to raise. So.
Yeah, I tried to get a 150-pound anvil up from South Carolina that my brother had to Massachusetts, and it was an interesting process to get it up here because, you know, it was our dad's anvil, so we didn't have to pay anything for it, but I kind of chafed at, you know, paying freight on, you know, a chunk of steel. So, you know, it's kind of like I know a guy who's driving from here to here, and then he's going to meet up with a guy driving from here to here. It was a bit of a process, but I ended up getting my anvil.
You guys finding any good ways to share your homebrew with other people these days? Or you just drink it all yourself?
I hardly ever share it unless some people come over. But
Yeah, I'm the same way.
I'm pretty much a home drinker of my own beer, so I can't really brew too much because I mainly consume it myself.
I'll fill a growler when I go to a club meeting, but I only go to my club meetings about every, you know, 3-4 months or so. Just, you know, my fiance is she's a nurse, works nights, and she works 3 nights a week. So she's not home. Our agreement is I can do whatever my hobbies and stuff like that. I do those on the nights she's not home. So the night she is home, we spend together. So if a brew club meeting falls on a night she's not home, I'll go. If it falls on a night she's not home, I don't go.
Yep.
And so I only go every couple of times, but I'll usually fill a growler or 2. And then I got another buddy who, you know, we'll go every couple of months. We'll get together and watch, you know, fights on a Saturday night or something like that, and take a growler down to his house. But actually not even so much anymore. We mostly drink whiskey when we get together.
So you can have 4 months of lockdown and not miss a thing.
Yeah, exactly. They were actually talking about doing a you know, virtual club meeting next week, and I'm busy that night anyway. So I'm just not sure that a brew club meeting. Well, I don't know. We're meeting and it's fruitful.
Yeah.
I gather your German classes are on hold.
I did our club's virtual meeting this week on Zoom, very similar to this, and it actually turned out really nice because a lot of the folks, you know, they can't make meetings, so they can pop in for half an hour or so. And then there's also the added factor of people not wanting to, you know, drink as much and drive or anything like that. And so it was kind of nice to be able to just set that up over Zoom. And we were even talking about keeping it going once the lockdowns even lifted.
We had a couple people that, you know, had moved out of state and stuff that, you know, ended up dropping in the club meeting. It was like kind of nice. People you hadn't seen in a couple of years. So that's one benefit, I guess.
You guys sound like you're all part of homebrew clubs. Pretty much everybody part of them.
Not me.
Not me.
I've never been a part of one. Maybe I'll try it someday, but never done it.
I'm involved with one, and it's funny because I posted the one thread about, you know, something about horrible homebrew night or something like that, and it was back in February's meeting, and it was West Coast IPAs. 4 times a year, the club will have a club competition, and and they'll post it through the year. And, I brewed a Märzen, and we were supposed to do that in April, and now it's not happening until sometime later, but I'm just keeping it lagering, and it'll probably still be good for, May, June, whenever we resume. But that the West Coast IPAs night was so horrible. I think I tried 13 people brought in entries, and there were 2 that I would actually drink a full pint of, and if somebody offered me, I might refill. The rest of them, oxidized, no hop character. There was one that we generally agreed would have made a decent, I don't know, I said it would have made a decent Berliner Weiss. It was something, had something and was sour. So it was weird. It was generally agreed was sour. And again, it wasn't an offensively horrible beer. It was nothing remotely resembling a West Coast IPA. Like I said, if you told me it was a Berliner Weiss, I would have said, yeah, it's drinkable. But and so that made me go ahead and brew my own, because IPAs aren't really my thing. I like some New England IPAs, but infrequently enough that I just buy them. And I like some West Coast IPAs, so I made one, and I'm enjoying it now, and it's really good. It's a lot along the lines of like Bell's Two Hearted, not intentionally, but I've one of my nearby liquor stores sells 12 packs of Two Hearted in a can, and I'm in my second 12 pack, so I'm really enamored with that particular beer right now as far as a commercial beer, and mine's actually really close. It's a similar malt bill, and I did Centennial and Falconer's Flight, which it's all Centennial for Two Hearted, but so I've got a little Falconer's Flight, so it's a little different on the late hop side, but it was pretty good. But the only reason I brewed that beer was because for the next brew club meeting, which didn't happen, I wanted to be able to take one in and say, here guys, this is what it should be like.
It should be like.
When you're not losing all your hops character to oxidation.
So I enjoyed
I'm looking
that
at
thread, and it confirmed in me. If I had any thoughts of maybe joining a club, I said no, I'm good. So
I'm looking at
Yeah,
my
it's funny.
homebrew club right now, because I find that generally speaking, that people don't, I don't know, for whatever reason, they don't like new ideas. I find that both in brewing and even at work. I don't know. I prefer to talk with people that are willing to actually hear something that's different or provide some opinions that I might not have heard before. So yeah, I don't do anything with the homebrew club anymore. I'm staring at it right now. This is my homebrew club.
Yeah, me too. That's right. It's not a bad one.
I find that the club I've been going to many years used to be that they have competition. It used to be if you brewed a beer that wasn't off, you did pretty well. These days, there's you get 8 or so entries, and 6 or 7 of them are just really good commercial quality beers.
That's great.
I'm drinking right now. We had there's a commercial. We got together and brewed supposedly for our annual homebrew of the year meeting, or dinner. We have to get together, and you can bring out spouses. So that's the only time you ever see women is at our get together. So we get together and we brewed this beer with a commercial. So it was supposedly the idea is we brew with the brewery, and then we get together there and have a dinner. So we brewed the beer, but I don't know that the dinner's ever going to happen. But they did delivery, so they dropped off I got a couple 4-packs delivered to my door, so that was kind of nice.
That's true.
So it's like a New England IPA. It's just something to throw a bunch of hops at it. I like New England IPAs. It feels like there's not a lot of variation in the grain bill, versus I feel like a West Coast IPA has a little bit more variety there, and then it just feels like it's so much how much hops you can throw at them. I don't brew a lot of them. I brew a couple of them, but probably just because you show at a tap room and half the beers are New England IPAs, so why brewing at home when there's so much available out there? And they're expensive too, right? So
Where are you located?
I'm in Virginia.
Okay.
Outside of DC.
It's seasonal for me. I mean, now that it's springtime, a little bit of the sun comes out. I get a little bit more interested in the hoppier beers and IPA and you know, New England style or whatever. But yeah, I think that the key to good homebrew clubs is decorum. You need to have one person who has the floor, you know, somebody who's making a presentation. I used to be part of a really good one in the town that I came from. And it was just like that, you know, they did a couple of, you know, competitions, some fun ones, some more serious, you know, had a good yeast bank going. You know, there's a lot of really cool stuff that you could do with some guys who really wanted to make it. But then guys started bringing their friends just wanted to drink beer. You know, even if you brought some bottles, and of course these were my high oxygen days. So, but even if you wanted to bring some bottles, get some feedback or something, they used to go around the table and everybody would try them. And you could do it like with like 15, maybe 20 guys, but then all of a sudden it started getting like 25, 30, 35 guys. And now nobody's having the same conversation. It's just like going to any other bar. And it was just sort of felt like, you know what, some of the benefits was great. The yeast bank was great because you could propagate a strand that you wouldn't, you know, normally get access to or something. Some guys do some bottle propagation. I got to brew with some of the Two Hearted that you guys were talking about. We had some yeast brought from there that some guys had built up and shared. So, but like the key was, you know, when you go to a brew club meeting, there's got to be some sort of decorum. Somebody's got the floor, somebody's commanding or passing the agenda along. It just gets way too much of a I don't want to say like a social experience and make it sound like we're not social, but you know, it just seemed to be the world of difference.
The last club that Bryan and I went to, they actually had a gavel.
Yeah.
I have a cowbell.
My club's actually really structured, so that's a good thing. You know, they're super structured. They have, you know, we have a presentation or a competition or something as like the main event every time. And so it is nice. Like you said, it doesn't end up being just going and hanging out at the bar. There is a purpose to it. There's an agenda, and you know, it is worthwhile. Now, most people will bring samples and kind of share them around while things are going, but you know.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, and I harvest yeast just, you know, from the fermenter, and I reuse it. But there's only a few people that I know that I should be open to taking yeast from that I would trust enough. But the yeast bank thing is kind of an interesting concept for.
Yeah, Tim and I's last club, what Tim was talking about was, I was actually really impressed with how they, every meeting had some form of presentation, and the presentations were, I would say, really high quality. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Tim? I mean, it was solid. Like that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. The presentations were always good, very well structured, you know, new business, old business. People don't talk over each other.
Yeah, I mean, as far as that, it was a solid club, but it is also, oh, kitty cat. It was also probably one of the more prestigious clubs, definitely in Minnesota, but probably, I mean, they're known nationally. So, I mean, they're not any slouches by any means. And there was a lot of good brewers. A lot of the brewers there were doing homebrew con presentations and stuff like that.
I mean, I would say one of the better meetings that we went to, you and I didn't really care for it too much just because we don't like sour beer. But Guy had brewed, was it 3 or 4 different sour beers, and told us how to blend them and in what amounts to get what we wanted out of a sour beer. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, it was mind-blowing.
Not my cup of tea, but whatever.
I think there's definitely an art during those homebrew meetings to giving positive and somewhat critical feedback to members, but also kind of being able to gauge where they're at in their kind of brewing progression, so that you're keeping them focused on like a realistic progression they can make, but also kind of, you know, maybe showcasing like, here's some other people that, you know, you can learn from and stuff. And that's something that's kind of been a challenge for me, is like, you know, someone just starts brewing, they've got 50 things to change. Like, what do you recommend they change first?
Sure.
It's kind of like Toastmasters. is the way I kind of describe it. Like you got the people that are just beginning giving their speeches, and you got the more advanced speech makers, and there's literally someone there with a gavel and a timer, and everything's orderly. And I kind of like that concept. I think I've been to maybe 2 homebrew club meetings ever, and they were just like drunken affairs. And it's just, I found the people that weren't just plastered and talked to them.
Yeah, our old club. So I founded a club in a city by me in 2010, and we ran it pretty well. And then we opened it up for elections, and so there's been presidents that moved on, and so there's a cycle. But more recently, some presidents took over that. It just evolved into it wasn't even fun to be there, and so it was like, nah. So that's why we stopped going. We found a new club. We actually found the club, or I found the club because they did a low oxygen presentation, and so I don't know why I do it. I don't know why I subject myself to it, but like every couple of weeks I'll just Google low oxygen and see where we're at in Google and see what people are saying about it. And here I happened to Google low oxygen, and it brought me to a YouTube video where the president of our I guess you could say our current club, but we're not going there anymore, was giving a presentation on low oxygen. And so I was like, what the hell? This is local to us. So we went and introduced ourselves and whatnot, and talked with them a little bit. And so that's how we found our last club. But they're a solid club. They're good shit. Except there was a issue, so we're not going anymore. But yeah, so
Still a good club, especially if you're just brand new.
yep.
Tons of beer being shared.
Yeah, and
Good attendance. Like there were like 20 to 30 people at every meeting at least.
Yeah.
It's a community, right?
Yeah,
Definitely.
and they are fantastic. I would say the bulk of them are really, really solid brewers. Like they make some decent beers, some really decent beers. I don't think anyone was brewing low oxygen, which is not a big thing. Who cares? But a lot of solid brewers. I think our first meeting we went to, there was tons of lagers, and that's something we had never saw at our old club. Pretty much, I think I was the only one brewing lagers at that point. And so all of a sudden we go to this first club meeting, and they're passing around lagers like it's going out of style. It's like, okay, we can get down with this. And so yeah, I mean, you can have a club. They're solid. They have monthly meetings, and then every month they do a tap room takeover where they go to a local brewery and everybody just hangs out and drinks beer. And so they do a lot of different things. So, I mean, if that's something you're into, that's fantastic. But for some of us, I could give 2 shits.
I never made it to one of the taproom takeovers.
Yeah, nor have I.
Like I'd say for me, one of the main benefits of being part of a club is just having a couple people. It might only be 1 or 2 of the members, but hopefully it's just a few folks at each meeting that have a really good palate, that have tried a lot of beer, and can hopefully give you really good feedback on like the minute details that you're missing maybe.
That's invaluable when you hang around by yourself all the time drinking it.
Yeah, that's what we had, like one of my last meetings, I remember bringing, the numbers to get feedback on some of your beers, like you'd have to bring at least 6, in order just to hand them around in all the little cups. And just the value of the feedback wasn't there anymore. Especially you had guys who were taking samples and then, they weren't home brewers. They were a buddy who brought some, and then they sort of, okay, well, what did you think? They're like, it's good, man. It's good. It's good. It's really good. It's real good beer. And you're like, thanks. Could you put the sample back? I want some feedback out of this, But one of the coolest ones that a guy did do is in the town where I'm living now is St. Thomas, Ontario, here in Canada. but it's got a really heavy railway history. Like, I mean, our whole town is built around a roundhouse. And for a long time, hops have been coming from really all over the country and the continent into London, which is the larger city that we're beside, where a big Labatt's brewery is. And there have been another handful of it's got Carling beer also had their first original brewery there, so it's got a pretty heavy brewing history. And what would be happening is hops would be trained there through St. Thomas, and every now and then hops would be falling off the side of the railway tracks. And so one of the guys who here in town was walking his dog along the tracks and ended up coming upon these old hop vines that have been growing wild for decades, if not, over 100 years. And, he sort of marked it and cleared away some of the brush and ended up getting a tiny little harvest, enough that he was able to make some beer out of some fresh, but totally unidentifiable hop varieties for us. And I remember that being one of the coolest things, is sort of the pictures that he could share. We went to the local university, tried to find somebody in the biology department, try to identify. He said the closest they might come would be something that's called a Canadian red vine hop. But, a very unique, it didn't taste necessarily noble. It didn't taste necessarily, uniquely North American. It wasn't big, bold, citrusy, but it supplied a bitterness that was noticeable and unlike anything that we'd ever had before. So, but yeah, that was one of the last few meetings that we got to go to, but it was one of the more memorable for sure.
That's interesting. I've read a couple threads on, I think, Homebrew Talk, or people in England, and I think somebody maybe in the Netherlands have found old hops growing along railway. I guess that's, people know to go out and walk along the railways, and that's where you might find some old hop varieties. And the idea that, they start these threads trying to identify them, show pictures. Does anybody know what this is? But that's interesting. I hadn't heard of anybody over here in North America
That's a cool story.
having that same experience. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, we only got enough for one harvest, and it was a one-time beer, and it's kind of cool. You had to be there to drink it, and we basically shared it all, and it was.
See, there's the mistake. When I've read these guys over in England and stuff, they go along the railway. If they find a plant growing, they'll take a cutting or something and some of the hops. Then if the hops make any decent beer, they might try to cultivate the cutting.
Sure.
Yeah, we weren't gardeners though. Somebody maybe with more talent, some more foresight, might have been able to help us out a little more. But like I said, it wasn't me. I didn't find the score. It was just a guy I knew who lives here in town, and yeah, that was one of the last meetings that we did. But it was definitely a cool thing. And then it was actually funny. One of the not local, but in Ontario brewery also tried to, a couple of years later, actually market a beer with that exact same premise of, and I think they actually called it, and you might be able to Google it and find it now, but it was called like railside hops or something like that. I'll try to remember the brewery if I can. I'll post it in the chat box there. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't the same. I think they just sort of had either some odds and ends that they threw at it and tried to come up with something different. But yeah, to taste something that you'll only ever get to maybe taste once, or and who knows if it'll ever be if those hops will grow there again or whatever. But
if anybody's interested, I'm going to bet that if that vine has been growing there for 100 years, it's still there if somebody goes back to look.
Maybe, yeah. We've had a lot of development in the area, which is unfortunate, but
Might have got grubbed up. Huh?
I have a feeling that we've got a local brew forum here in town, and nobody's mentioned him ever again. So either maybe people didn't find that it was worthwhile brewing, worthwhile cutting, finding it, whatever, but it was unique. But yeah, beer clubs. if you find a good one,
You
you
like
gotta stay with it.
Yeah. Maybe I'll give the local. There's a couple around me in North Texas here. I might go try one out. We'll see.
Yeah, I definitely find trying to get like legitimate feedback on your beers is pretty tough. You know, you got your, it's amazing like how many friends that like if there's not like chunks floating in it, they're like, oh, this is incredible. Like, oh, you brewed this. Like, yeah, you can make good beer at home, right? And then there's like one or two. There's one guy who's a BJCP certified that I just don't trust his opinion at all. There's one guy at my homebrew club that brews just incredibly good beers. He's won our brew of the year many times, and his beers always stand out. And I always try to get a sample to him and get some feedback. He's definitely one of those that can like give you some feedback on exactly what yeast you're using or exactly what your dry hop process was, and kind of pick that stuff out. And it's I can't do that very well. I'm usually. I'm not the one. But if you are looking for feedback, don't bring it to me. I'm more one of those. I don't know. There's something I don't like here, but I don't know what it is. So.
I've even noticed that I've gotten really good feedback from people that aren't involved in brewing. Maybe it's somebody that's like a chef, a really good home chef or winemaker or something like that, and they just kind of approach the flavors and textures differently. And that sometimes can give me really cool insights into something I hadn't thought about from just a purely beer drinking, brewing perspective.
Sure.
I actually think I would trust their opinion more than a lot of the other people I've come across that are supposedly beer experts.
I was always my harshest critic.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but I was always more hard on myself than even other people whose palates I did trust.
I would agree with that for sure.
You build it up yourself, right? Like, I mean, you know exactly what you were aiming for and whether or not you hit it, right? Like, I mean, everybody else is saying, oh, this is supposed to be the Helles, this is supposed to be a Pilsner, right? Oh, okay, I get the dryness, I get the grainy flavor. You did it. And you say, well, no, I don't know if I did,
Mm.
Yeah.
But anyways, you know what, guys, it's just about 10 o'clock here at where I'm at. And like I said, I got a little boy who's going to wake up, I'm sure, in a couple hours needing a feed. So I'm going to sign off, everybody. Maybe we'll, for sure, guys. Maybe we'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
Take care.
Awesome. Later.
Timothy, I'm my own worst critic too, and that's something I've always said. People want to know, don't you want feedback? Don't you enter competitions? I say, I've been at this I'm in my 32nd year, and I'll get somebody else's opinion if I ever brew a beer that I like, that I'm satisfied with. When I finally meet my standards, whatever I'm chasing, then. And I don't trust, because I've had an awful lot of award-winning beer that sucked, and I don't trust either the opinions of a lot of the so-called, the certified experts, the BJCP or.
Well, yeah, like you get a 40 on a beer that you didn't even like yourself, and you're like, well, this is just, a crap review. You lose your faith, the BJCP judges, and anyway, I've had high scores on beers that I didn't even want to drink myself.
Yeah. Another issue with their training is, first of all, it's kind of an echo chamber of, they have their own standards that may not match anything that we want to see in real life. But another problem, I do have interesting conversations on a regular basis with the beer and wine steward at my local supermarket. He's a very smart guy. He does do some home brewing and stuff. And he, about a year or two ago, went through the Cicerone program. And not only do they use the BJCP guidelines, but as he was describing it, all the tasting samples and everything they have, aside from, taste kits where you get, the individual flavors, diacetyl or the various chemicals that you're trained on. I'm thinking, well, the standards that they get for understanding what a good example of a beer is the same 2-year out-of-date crap that he's stuck selling at his store because it's what the distributors have. So,
yeah.
They aren't necessarily trained to recognize fresh flavors, even a high oxygen beer, let alone what we talk about here about the very different flavors you get when it's done right.
I'm not even going to comment on BJCP.
I mean, part of the challenge too, right, is like part of the reason I homebrew, right, is because you want to brew beers that fit what you want. If you like an oatmeal stout that's not roasty enough to be an oatmeal stout, brew it. You know, if you don't like, I don't like crazy, these oversaturated New England IPAs. I don't really like a lot of 7-8% beers. If I'm drinking a beer at home, I want a 5%, 5.5% beer that I can drink one or two of them and still actually feel like I'm doing something. So that's why I gotta try and do a hazy, 5% pale ale going right now, or stuff like that. So that's why I homebrew, right? Is because it's, if you can't find that's why I don't brew a lot of like the 8% New England IPAs, because they're all over. It's the stuff. Actually, it's kind of funny these days. I'm brewing more like American IPAs because they're hard. It's hard to find an IPA. You have to specifically like, is it clear? Is it a clear IPA? Is it made with some classic American hops? You really got to dig to find those these days. So you brew them at home.
Yeah, I had a waitress or a bartender lady or somebody. I was at a local brewery and they have 3 or 4 different IPA type beers. I told her I wanted the West Coast one, and she turned around and started pouring the grapefruit milkshake. I was like, no, that's not it. And she got all huffy because I was trying to use West Coast and East Coast, and I guess that wasn't in her pantheon of beer terms or whatever. And got all mad at me. But I just noticed, you're right, the West Coasters are disappearing.
Keller beers have become, with a lot of my recent trips to Germany in the last couple of years with my fiance to visit her family and stuff like that. The Franconian Keller beer, which is an amber Keller beer by the BJCP, it has become one of my favorite styles because she's from Unterfranken, which is way up in northern Bavaria. It's Lower Franconia. It's where that style comes from. And I had never even heard of Keller beer till I had gone there and visited her family. And, her dad's like, here, you got to drink this and try this and try this. And my first trip there, I tried a ton of, Franconian Keller beers and got a real good feel for what, fresh, authentic Franconian Keller beer is. And tried a couple of versions, settled on one that I like. And a couple of you have tried it actually, the Hella Keller beer or whatever.
Solid beer.
And my Franconian father-in-law loves it. He thinks it's a fantastic example of a Keller beer. He ought to know he's lived his 71 years of his life in Franconia drinking a lot of freaking Keller beer. I entered it in a competition one time and I got all kinds of comments on it. Well, the judges' comments were, it's undercarbonated, which is a common characteristic of Keller beer, and it's this and that, and it was like, have you ever actually had an actual Franconian Keller beer, or have you just read what the style guidelines are in the BJCP guidelines?
I bet they haven't. That's pretty rare style. That's a rare part of Germany, actually.
Well, it is, and there aren't very many examples over here. Those that come from Germany, they don't travel well. It's a style that's ideally served pretty young and fresh, and there are some breweries over here that attempt it, and some do okay, but in general, I find Keller beer gets applied to, well, if you just don't have time to lager it, we'll call it a Keller beer and we'll leave it, cloudy and call it a day. And it's like, that's fine, but that doesn't have a lot of the same character of an authentic Franconian Keller beer. And and the one that I thought, now obviously I brewed it, so I thought it was a pretty good example, but I think it was good validation from my father-in-law, who's lived his whole life there and drinks a lot of them. He said it was really good. He really liked it. He liked it much better than my pills.
I got to add that in there, right? Didn't like the pills.
That's the big region area, though. Because if you
That's a-
go to Bitburg, you give someone around there like a Hellas, they're like, oh, it's sweet.
Yeah.
I'm not big on you or anything, but that's
Bill's-
the locality.
One of the local restaurants in the town they're from, which is Schweinfurt. It's kind of halfway between Würzburg and Bamberg, and it's a great like classic German restaurant, you know. And they have, you know, you get all the, you know, classic foods, and they have a lot of good beer there, a lot of fantastic beer actually. And I went there one time not long ago. I don't know if this is the last trip or the trip before or whatever. And I said, you know, I had was it Polaner or, you know, one of the big Munich breweries, the Helles, you know, because he always asks me, you know, what beers have you had? Because he knows I love beer. And I told him, and he's like, oh, that's Auslander beer, you know. And, you know,
I remember your comment. I mentioned that last week about the intense locality, regionality, whatever.
Oh my
super
gosh,
locality. So it's like, you know,
You
we're
think something from
they're even
50 miles away is
Bavaria, but
foreign.
it's more than Bavaria, but you know, that Munich stuff, that's Auslander beer.
That's
Yep.
garbage. Yeah.
It's crazy stuff.
For them weak people over in Bavaria.
Yeah.
Don't even mention the people in Austria. Boy,
Yeah. But we did a like a 4-day trip up to Saxony and Dresden and that area, and you know, it was kind of funny to hear his beer commentary out there.
Well, John, my family's from Hummelburg, so right in your neck of the woods there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Huh. My peoples are from a little bit more east. They're in Oberausfeld, which is kind of by Potenstein.
Nice.
Been out
My grandfather worked for a while in Schweinfurt, and when he was in the army, which was his 3-year hitch before World War I, and then called back up. But when he was in his hitch before World War I, he was stationed in Bamberg.
Oh
So-
yeah. Bamberg is a beautiful city, man. I love going to Bamberg, and you know, Rauchbier is not for everybody. I know some
No, I
people
didn't care for that.
stayed
Yeah.
there, and like I have friends who they spent like 3 years in Bamberg and they hate Rauchbier.
Yeah.
But it's fine. It's definitely you know, I don't want to say an acquired taste. They like it or you don't.
His Stein there from Bamberg.
Oh, there
His
we go.
regiment.
Nice.
Nice.
But I mean, Bamberg is a beautiful city. You know, really nice dome there, the cathedral, and the Rathaus in the middle of the river. But that area is just so heavily saturated with still a lot of like little mom and pop breweries and stuff like that. And I think, you know, a lot of them probably aren't low oxygen, but you know, they specialize in the local and fresh things, so you get a little bit of the benefit of that. You know.
Yeah, well, they're all bigger. So you have scale.
Yeah.
You have the square cube. So you have scale, and all of them are going to do some form of natural carbonation. So their cold side is
Yeah.
going to be solid. And so, I mean, that's all it really takes. And that's really the crux of what low oxygen is that we're just trying, and we had this discussion last week too. We had the BJCP discussion as well, which was probably for multi-hours. But all of it is just trying to imitate that square cube and that scale. So low oxygen is just a hack, and it always has been, to imitate the scale. And so, you know, just naturally these breweries, you know, I guarantee, like, pick your local Poison in Bamberg aren't doing a lot of these low oxygen techniques, but their scale is big enough to where they're getting the benefits. And everybody in Germany on the cold side is solid, 100% solid.
Yeah.
And so
I think the only thing that might not be, you know, the benefit of the square cube is, you know, whether they're deoxygenating first. And I don't know if that's standard practice across smaller breweries or not. It may not be. I suspect for some it's probably not. You know,
I think you could taste. I've had some beers over there that just were kind of meh, and other ones that were from the next town over just weren't that good, and the one where my cousins live or from just tastes so much better, you know. So there is some variation I've noticed that somebody isn't doing it as well as the other guys. So I don't know what they're not doing in comparison.
Yeah, and like in Schweinfurt, there's a brewery, like the local brewery there, the town brewery. There used to be a Schweinfurt brew house, but that's been defunct for 10 years or so. Unfortunately, before I started going there. But there's Rope Brewery, and I don't love their product. You know, my father-in-law like buys it because it's local. You know, and you go to the grocery store and you get like the case of the 16, or you know, they're not 16. Or I guess they're the half
Like
liter
a milk carton.
Yeah, and the milk carton kind of thing, and you know it's €8 or €9 or whatever, you know, for a case of those.
Ridiculously cheap. Yeah.
So he buys that, but it's not necessarily his favorite stuff. Our
There you go. Yeah.
Yes, our favorite local brewery when I go there is this one, you know, Baja, and they've won like medals for several of their beers, and I go there and they have this amazing beer cart where they'll you know, they must have 15, 20 beers at any given time, and they're a little experimental, but they have all the classic stuff too, and they have fantastic.
Was that see-through?
What? It doesn't work because I got a green screen.
I know. I was like, was that see-through?
Yeah. But yeah, so even like the local brewery that he buys a lot of his stuff from, because it's local, is not. It's not one of the better local ones. You know, we go a little further out, drive 20 minutes, and you get into Steigerwald, where you can get to the place that we really like. Because on Thursdays they have it's like Spam. Sometimes somebody help me out.
Spam, pork?
No, it's like a
Leberkäse?
meatloaf. Huh?
Leberkäse.
Leberkäse, yeah. Yeah, Leberkäse. And they do Leberkäse.
It's not like Spam. I like Leberkäse.
It's like bologna.
It's like high-end Spam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spam with a
With
capital F.
cheese. With cheese.
Yeah. Well, and last time I was there, they had a pizza Leberkäse, and that was interesting. It had like some herbs built into it, but we were there during Bock season, and it was the first time I'd been to Franconia during Bock season, and they had a Rauchbock, they had a Doppelbock, they had a Weissbock, they had a standard Bock. It was awesome, and you can only drink so many of those. But fortunately, every time we go there, my father-in-law drives everywhere he goes, or everywhere we go. We stay with them. He drives, so we don't have to pay for lodging. We don't have to pay for a rental car. I have a designated driver. Fantastic. So, I get to eat and drink all I want, and so we go there for 2-3 weeks at a time, and it's dirt cheap, and it's awesome. To have that local in, and so we got to try this brewery or that brewery or this restaurant or whatever. The food's amazing. I love the food there. It's like comfort food at the master level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we had a discussion where we all I think was that last week, where we all talked about our origins and stuff too.
I'll go get my stuff.
Or was that 2 weeks ago?
We did at least a bit last week.
Yeah, it was a long session last week, so hard to remember.
We probably covered pretty much everything last week.
Yeah, we solved all the world's problems last week, that's for sure.
What time did you guys finish? I think I went to bed at like 11.
1?
Like 1 something?
Yeah, I went upstairs and my wife was like, "You still do?" I go, "It's still going on."
1 o'clock Central, Brian?
Yeah, Central.
Yeah,
I cut out at 1 o'clock Eastern. That I can't. I wouldn't have made it.
Oh, we cut out pretty much right when you did, Rob, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was 1 o'clock, wasn't it? Or
I thought it was 1 something. I went to bed about 1:30 that night, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Central.
Where is everybody? I'm south of Boston. I know.
Minnesota.
I'm in Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Texas.
Okay.
Santa
Akron,
Monica.
I'm in Northern Virginia.
Northern Virginia.
Akron is 40 miles south of Cleveland, Lake Erie, if that helps. Unless you
I
actually
grew
know
up
where it
in
is.
the Pittsburgh area, so
Oh, okay, so you know, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I-76 goes through Akron, and yeah, so you know, yeah.
yeah, I'm from about 30 miles east of Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in Santa Monica, so West Los Angeles.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Dan's in Wisconsin. Andrew's in, I don't know, one of those middle states. Indianapolis.
Indianapolis.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought you were Indiana.
Tim's in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So, yeah.
So
Yeah, I grew up in
I,
Michigan, and there was not the good breweries there when I grew up. I may not have left if as it is now.
Were there good breweries anywhere when we grew up? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind
I
of
was
funny.
a-
I moved out to outside of Seattle, Redmond, and then Bellevue for a while. This was in late 1990s, and the brewery scene there was pretty good. It's still, I think it's gotten in the Northern Virginia area. It's probably now is like what it was 20 years ago in Seattle.
Well,
There's actually
I
a pretty good
was-
brewery scene here in Loudoun County. There's
I
that's
was a
funny.
Stroh's guy back in the day.
Virginia area is funny that so I'm out in Loudoun County, which is it's a small county, but it's one of the highest per capita income in the country, just because of the makeup out here. But then there's much larger counties that have hardly any breweries just because of the laws, and all the other breweries came out to Loudoun County because they could the law. They quickly set up a group to support in the local, figure out what the laws were for counties and try to get them. Most of the breweries are out in just like warehouses out in the middle of nowhere, but there's a lot of breweries out here, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was funny. This was 10 years or hell more than that ago. But I lived in Alabama for a while, in southern Alabama, and I've lived up and down both coasts, and not really much in the middle, but Alabama's probably closest to the middle. But I went to visit a friend. I was in southern Alabama, not far from like Destin, Florida, and that kind of area. And I went to visit a friend who lived in Tupelo, Mississippi, and he drove up to Birmingham and take a left. And it's funny when he said when we got here, he's like, "This is the first county since you left Birmingham that was not a dry county," and it just blew my mind. And I'd lived in Savannah before that, Savannah, Georgia, and I love Savannah, beautiful city. But back then, they've changed it since. But when I lived there in the early 2000s, they had a 6% alcohol limit. I know some place like Utah has like a 4% or something like that.
3.2 is what Utah had. When I lived there, that was like 2000.
Yeah. Well, it's like 3.2 ABV or ABW. And they go up to like 4 ABV. I don't know. They like some of the breweries will tweak their system. There was one Rooster. I used to love Rooster Brewery that was in Layton.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Savannah, it was 6%, and there was a local brewery a local brew pub, and this was again early 2000s, so there weren't many local brew pubs back then, and they had basically a doppelbock that they made, and it was listed at 6%. And being a brewer, I talked to the head brewer, and he's like, "Of course, yeah, it's 6%."
If anybody asks.
That's right. It's twice 3%, right? It's 6.
Right. It was probably closer to 7.5 or so, but nope, it's 6%. Sure. Yeah. Definitely in compliance with all local regulations and laws and whatnot.
So
Even here in Ohio, which has hardly ever been, not like the South, hardly dry place. It's only been in fairly recent years and in a couple of increments that those alcohol caps have been raised sufficiently to accommodate craft brewers and stuff. I mean, I guess there was no reason when all we had was Budweiser and Miller plants.
Yeah.
But it's kind of surprising and how slowly the process can go of changing laws that have been on the books since Prohibition ended. You know,
in North Texas, we've had some of the worst alcohol laws.
Oh yeah.
Barely the past year or two, maybe 2-3 years ago, they've started to let the breweries actually sell their own damn product out of their brew. I mean,
Well, what was it like? They differentiated ales and lagers based on ABV.
Yep. That's why every German lager in Texas is an ale.
it's just it's really, they've finally caught on to that it's a jobs thing. There are enough breweries that want to start, and I'm sure they can get more tax revenue from it too, but they finally realized that they're holding back this whole dam of stuff that's going to happen if you relax the laws, and they relaxed them, and then all of a sudden only breweries showed up.
Yeah.
that's been the impetus here in Ohio. But I know, talking to anybody who's dealt with it, anybody who either on the side of the brewers that's trying to get laws changed, or even the legislators themselves, they say their basic problem has been, yeah, we want to relax these things. We want to encourage. We know this is a booming industry and we want the jobs. But the problem is, going back all the way to Prohibition and before, we can't just pass a new law. Bullshit. Because we have to first rescind everything in conflict that goes before. And we've got 100 years of laws on the books, and we don't know what the hell is on the books. We can't, it's all scattered around, and it's years of research to try and find all the laws that you have to repeal before you can replace with a new.
Well, you also got the big distributors are, in bed with the Budweisers and Millers, and they basically just, stop it from happening. Because in Texas, they were forcing all the small breweries to go through a distributor first. And Benny and them, they're just, they don't give them any time of day because they got Budweiser and Miller they take care of.
Until you get COVID, and then magically, you get beer deliveries now, and you can get beers to go. And
yeah, I think I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago, that it shocked me.
It's like the wave of wand.
Yeah, just overnight. Yeah, you can you take out cocktails, delivery cocktails. You don't need to see an ID. Just call up the restaurant and have them bring the bar over.
That's Wisconsin normally.
But I'm sure that won't last.
I've yet to show my ID here.
Yeah, I had that beer delivered, and the guy just, somebody left it on my porch and walked away, and
wow.
And the
You
world
could have
is
been years old and got it, right?
I'm sure that's what all the little kids are doing. Like, oh, I want those New England IPAs. Not exactly what I was drinking when I was 16 years old.
Although it's funny because that being in New England, that is the so I go to my local six-pack shop here, and I would say 60% of what they're selling is local-ish, regional New England IPAs, or juicy IPAs, or hazy pale ales, or whatever, all the variations of the theme. And going back to talking about you brew to your palate. I love my own beer, but that's because I think I've got great process. I think you probably all share the same idea, but I also brew what I like. So, most of the time I would rather drink what I have than what I have on tap here than what I buy in the store. And I try, it's kind of one of those things where you beat your head against the wall hoping for a different result, and it doesn't change. And so I'll try a lot of these new beers, and I've never heard of that brewery. They're one from 3 towns over or whatever, and you try their beer, and so many of them are so mediocre is generous, and they're all this the hazy IPA, because any idiot can strain their morning piss through a dirty sock and dry hop the hell out of it, and you've got a New England IPA, and it's just it's maddening that there's so much stuff out there for sale that is so not really good quality, and people buy it anyway because it's the new thing, and
craft. It's new.
And sometimes people wait in lines for it.
Local, it's craft. It's crap is what it is. But people don't know any better because I don't
That's
know.
not Bud. Yeah.
You dry hop the hell out of your morning piss, and somebody will buy it because it's craft made and local, and it's hoppy, and it's
And
not
new. That's a big one. It's new this week.
Yeah.
You got to create the hype behind it, and everyone will want it.
And I've talked to a couple of people, and they're like, so many of these local breweries, they don't even do pilots, pilot batches of the new beer. They're just like, we're just gonna, shift the grain bill a little bit and a different dry hop combo and call it the flavor of the week. And
Yeah, I would never want to start a brewery. I mean, this hobby, I've been doing it for a long time, as you guys have, but I never want to do this professionally or for a living, because just for that, it's such a crazy market that it's not like you can make a good product and that's what the market wants. They want all the social media hype and this one just dropped 3 hours ago, get it on Twitter.
I wanted to do it when I started, but the market was so different back then.
I would like to do it someday when all this dries up and people get back to reasonable, and liking actually good beer rather than, all the hyped stuff,
I think the hype will always be there, and it's going to take another thread emerging of something completely different for the good beer. I don't know.
Well, it was West Coast IPAs for a long time, and then it became, how much hops can we throw at it, and how many IBUs. It was like it was like horsepower wars in a car, but IBU battles, in beer, and that's when I got burned out on IPAs, and then the New England IPA thing came around, and I was introduced to that by Tree Houses, Julius, and Green, and stuff like that, which are really fantastic examples of the style. But I was fortunate in that, and that sort of rekindled my interest in hoppy beers. But at the same time, I see so many bad examples around here, and it's just like it doesn't even matter. It's like you could dry hop some new trendy dry hop combo and put it in whatever, and there's no malt backbone, there's no flavor to the beer. It's hop juice, and it's not even as though they experimented with recipe A versus recipe B versus recipe C, and we like D best of all, so that's the one we're going to market for this week. No, they're selling A, and they're selling B, and they're selling C, and they can't keep up with the demand because people just want that fresh, local, new craft, and it doesn't matter if it's any good. It's like,
no, it doesn't matter if it's any good. You just have to be the first one to check it in on Untapped or whatever it is. It's all about the social media, nothing about the beer. And it's led me to the characterization I've been using lately. As I said, it has nothing to do with beer. It's just Pokemon Go in another form. It's
so true. I have a friend who's telling me, you
Gotta collect them all.
Untapped. I'm like, no, I really don't need to get on Untapped. Yeah, because I don't give a shit. I like what I like.
It's actually funny. There's some of the people that are heads of local breweries around here. They care a lot about their Untapped, and I'm like, as a beer drinker, I look on Untapped for what beers they have on there. I don't look at all the ratings on Untapped. Everything is like a 3.2 on Untapped. So I don't know why, as a brewer, why I would care what people rate me on Untapped, but apparently people do. And there's head brewers and owners of breweries.
Well, it's got to be tied into sales, I think, in that environment, sadly.
Yeah, I've never gone to a brewery based on Untapped ratings. I think there are places like Rate Beer and Beer Advocate that have some credibility on like what a rating of beer is. Even there, and I don't fully understand where the ratings come from, but
because no one in this chat is of the generation that would go on Untapped.
That's true.
So,
yeah, it's true.
So that is
probably
one
for that younger generation, that social media drive. None of us, that doesn't drive us. We don't give a shit.
We live for the like.
Yeah, we We don't need that that like or that follow. That's
That's
not
a good point. Yeah.
You know, I don't really think I want a public record that I drank 40 beers this week. I think that would be a bad.
Yeah. I'm not saying I didn't, but I don't want it to be public record.
right. It's just like kids with cell phones and cameras these days. You know, it's my wife's a teacher, so you know the principals they follow all these social medias and they catch all these kids doing, you know, skipping school and doing stupid shit because they can't help but post it online because they need these likes and they need this reaffirmation that they're special or someone or that someone gives a shit. And so
it's like when I call in sick from work and I'm not really sick and I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing, I don't fucking post it online.
Right, exactly. But you know, it's interesting because I think if we all revert back to our childhood, we all did stupid shit too, but we never had the technology to even think about doing that. So it's interesting because you think about it as, okay, I did a lot of stupid shit when I was a kid. If I had a phone, would I videotape it?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So like then in the same vein, you can't really fault them either because you're like, yeah, I would take a video of so-and-so shitting off a house. Yeah, why not? You know, or whatever it is.
Is anybody here under 40? Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah, we got Josh. He's
Just me.
He's the spokesman for his generation.
A lot of my friends are in that untapped Instagram, you know, crowd. And, you know, I do like drinking a lot of those beers. I'm not somebody that's only drinking German beers, but I think that the thing that a lot of those, you know, beers that are primarily focusing on the can art and, you know, the new hop varietals that they're talking about, it's just excitement factor. This is the new flavor of the week. You know, I'm going to go stand in line and get the thing that no one else can get. It's the same kind of hype beast crowd that's after the new Nikes or Supreme, you know, gear. It is. And that's a big deal in Southern California. And I get, you know, the excitement behind it. When I see a release of some of the breweries, it's fun to go be the guy in line and talk to your friends that are into it. And, you know, there's like a social aspect of it that I think is powerful, but those beers a lot of times are not super drinkable. You know, they go really crazy on the flavors to get the shock value, but it's not something you're going to sit and drink 5 of those things on an afternoon. And I think a lot of those trendy beers, they miss out on the drinkability that's so, you know, critical to the German beer styles.
Well, and that's, I think that is an echo, you know, 10 years later of the West Coast IPA craze, you know, when, you know, IPAs were popular, and then, you know, the IBU wars until, you know, it wasn't worth, you know, making any, you know, hype about unless it was 100 IBUs or better. And it's like, you know, but does anybody actually want to drink that?
Well, now they have the session IPAs, right?
You know, it's like, just because you can doesn't mean you should. You know, I got a, you know, 200 IBU beer, you know, great, but it tastes like crap.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty bad business model because those beers are, I imagine, pretty expensive on a large scale to keep running through your brew house, you know.
Well, and the New England IPAs, it's funny because around here, and I don't know if it's just people have become, and it may be in your markets too, but, you know, we're kind of in an upscale market in, you know, the greater Boston area, and it's New England, so the New England IPA craze. But it started out, you know, 2-3 years ago where 4-packs, you know, for 16-ounce cans, $12, $13, it crept up to $14, $15, $16. Sometimes you'll see them, you know, $17, $18 or so for a 4-pack of pints. And I understand at one point it was, you know, one of our local breweries here is Lord Hobo, and they make a really good one called Boom Sauce. It's heavy on the Galaxy. And I was talking to, you know, my friend who's the manager of the local homebrew shop, and he said, you know, they just put in an order for 50,000 pounds of Galaxy, and, you know, breweries like that are dominating the market, which is why you're paying $3 an ounce on the homebrew store side for, you know, Galaxy or Citra or, you know, those other popular hops. And they make good beer, and like I like Lord Hobo and all like that, but And it's funny because they were one of the ones that drove the price up locally. And then now they've cut back. You can get a 4-pack of, Boom Sauce, which is their, kind of their flagship New England IPA, 7%, super hoppy, classic New England IPA. And they're down to, $10, $12 a 4-pack, whereas everybody else is charging $16, $18 a 4-pack. And it's just like, have you people lost your minds? Like, it's to the point where, like I said, I try a lot of new beers. Now I won't even try some of those. I'm like, I'm not going to pay $16 for a 4-pack of untested, untried beer, which my experience tells me is going to be mediocre at best.
I mean, in LA, like somebody like Monkish or some Modern Times releases, $22, $24 a 4-pack.
Ridiculous.
But
It's like,
the kicker is
I can make
a bar
keg for a little more than that.
Yeah, the kicker is like you go to a bar around me and you want a bottle of Stella, it's $10, it's $12.
Yeah.
So just the prices across the board are ridiculous.
That's high. Yeah.
So here in Indiana, we have a brewery, and maybe you heard the controversy, but it's called 450 North, and it's not really in a major metropolitan area. And the thing that they started doing was adding fruit puree at canning time. So they would make these beers, and they would make Berliner Weiss, what they called Berliner Weiss, and they would add fruit puree to the can or fruit juice to the can right at canning time. And the first controversy was, and these were very popular. People would line up outside the brewery, $30+ a 4-pack on the secondary market. It was ridiculous. And people would line up. The first controversy was, as anybody who has brewed for more than a year would know, a beer that has had fruit juice or fruit puree added to the can is going to experience some additional fermentation in the can, right? And so people who did not think to put these in the refrigerator had exploding cans after a little while. And the brewery,
the old keep cold, drink fresh motto, right?
Well, yeah, eventually they did that, but at first their sort of response to this was more like, well, the customer, like, you should know that it's a fresh product, like you have to like, they didn't do anything to compensate consumers for their exploded cans. But then the real kicker was they had been printing like 8% ABV on the cans, forgetting to calculate the dilution effect of adding, or I don't know, maybe they thought that fermentation occurring in the can would bring the ABV back up after the dilution.
So maybe the exploded ones were higher alcohol. They had to get them as they exploded, right?
But everybody, like, people threw a fit because like the whole, like, a big, not with anybody who knew better, but the people that were real fans of the brewery thought, well, like, oh, it's so amazing they can get this 8% beer and it doesn't taste like, you can't taste the alcohol at all and all that. So it's just another example of what Josh and John and you guys have been talking about, but it's almost like it's taken to the next level where it's these beverages that aren't even beer anymore. Like, they don't even taste like beer. And maybe that's why, like, it's opened it to a whole other market of people that never liked beer. And they're like, oh, now I can drink beer with my friends who like beer because this is beer. It says beer on it, but it tastes like fruit juice,
Yeah, there's a place called the Answer that's down in Richmond it's an interesting place, but they have like they basically look like a 7-Eleven machine that they're serving these beer slushies out of. And I was down there with some people, and one of the guys was like, oh, this is so good. I'm like, this is not beer. Don't just keep that away from me. I'm not drinking.
We used to do that in college when we threw a 6-pack in the freezer to cool down fast and then forgot. And beer slushy.
Yep.
I mean, if you like the beverage, that's fine. Like, I have
Yeah.
no problem with people enjoying that beverage. Like, go knock yourself out, but it's not beer
At
anymore.
that point, why don't you just mix in vodka in with like some,
Right.
Yeah.
right?
Vodka and orange juice. Has anybody thought of that before?
What a novel concept.
I mean, I'm just glad the average beer drinker that drinks the slushy things is getting some vitamins and minerals. It's like they gotta have something healthy in their diet.
Yeah, but it is amazing. Like for a long time, breweries had, 5 or 6 beers that they brewed all year, and they had their seasonal beers that they brought out. And now it's just, you got to have a new beer every week. You got to post it on Facebook, and you got to have a tapping party, and people come out to drink it. And
I went to a place not too long ago that has like 100 beers, or they say they have 100 beers on tap. And we started chatting up the bartender, or the guy who was just pouring them. I guess you don't call them bartenders anymore. I don't know what you call them. The tap guy. And he was real generous with giving us tastes of things. And he poured us a couple that were, I'd never had a 16% beer, but he poured a couple of these things that were 16%. And I was like, they were way heavy. I mean, they sort of been like a little nifter glass, I was like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I went to a local brewery up in Boston that had, and we've got one on the South Shore too, but the one I was at in Boston, I think they had I don't know, 8 or 9 beers they had on tap. Probably only 2 or 3 were below 6% ABV. They were, it's like the vanilla imperial porter and the, Russian coffee stout and all these 10% plus ABV beers. They have their place. I don't dislike those beers, but it's like I'm not going to go drink 2 or 3 beers of these kind because I won't get on the couch or out of the bar.
Europe, there's when we used to work my wife and I used to work on a cruise ship, and we were in Europe pretty many times, and we went to Amsterdam somewhat frequently. And there was this one place that I used to go to that had a whole like blackboard full of beers that were over 10%. But over there, you get like a 10, 11, 12% beer, and it just tastes like beer. It's not all amped up and overdone.
Yeah.
They try to hide the alcohol within normal tasting beer, where it sounds like we're in a craze now where it's like you said, they got to pile on like 10 ingredients and it turns into this thing,
I always like to joke about the triple mocha cherry chocolate vanilla chipotle stout whatever 12% ABV, and it's like yeah, you've lost me there. it's
like a struggle to get through the bottom of the
remotely malt based alcoholic beverage that once upon a time could have its roots in beer, but and it's fine. I really don't have an issue with those things being in existence, but it's not good beer. I guess.
It's just a different direction. We've gone pretty
mead,
and we'll see how they come back.
This is why we have mead. If you want something sweet.
Yeah, actually, I've been threatening
imperial stouts and like barley wines and stuff. And so I totally love the crazy vanilla coffee, whatever adjunct stout stuff. But for me, it's more about the challenge of like, how do you get all those flavors to meld together well and be balanced and drinkable? Because for the most part, those beers are hard to drink more than an ounce or two because they're so sweet, they're too bitter. There's only 2 minutes. And if you can create one that's drinkable, I try and approach it more like you're making a wine or a mead or something like that. And it's like, you really have to take a different mindset with that than you would with a light lager.
Yeah.
Is that a Cantillon shirt you have on there, Josh?
Yeah, I also have I'm a huge sour beer fan too, so I guess I'm kind of a little bored.
Yeah, I did a tour of Cantillon here a couple of years ago when I was in Belgium, and it was a pretty authentic tour. And the guy was like, basically kind of like we were on the edge of like going out of business, and then we got like kind of picked up on like rate beer and got all hype, and now people wait in line to buy our beers and stuff. So that's sort of funny. So hopefully they're still doing good. They're pretty authentic kind of brewery.
Yeah,
so-
there was a time there where you could go to any supermarket in Belgium and you get the regular Cantillon. It was like €2-3. I used to buy it just to give to people because I thought it was so bad, so they could try it. But now you couldn't find it. Or last time when I was living there last, you couldn't find it anywhere. And then the places that had it, it was rationed out. It's crazy.
All right, well, good chatting with you guys. I need to drop off.
All right, have a good one.
All right, cool. See you.
Okay.
There's actually a really good, it's somewhere out of Maine. I can't remember the name of the brewery, but there's one around here that I've been buying there. It's one of those few that I'll buy the 4-packs because it's something different, but it's called the Gunner's Daughter, and it's a peanut butter stout. And I love it as like a dessert beer. It's a really, really nice, nicely balanced. It's not a super heavy stout, but it's definitely a dessert beer. It's kind of on the sweeter side. It's got, the chocolate elements. It's almost like a, Reese's peanut butter cup sort of beer. And it's really nice. It's fantastic. I love it. I'll buy it, every couple of months. I'll buy a 4-pack and go through it. I got no issue with those beers. But Josh, like you were saying, it's one of those cases where they managed to put it in a beer that makes it balanced and drinkable. Now, I probably wouldn't drink more than one on any given instance, and I don't think I ever have, but I can put down a 16-ounce, I'm sitting and watching a movie, watching TV, something like that. I'll have a pint of it and really enjoy the hell out of it. But it's well done, it's balanced, it's got, character. It's not, so high alcohol or so strong in any given characteristic that makes it offensive.
I think that's a big one, is the balance. Like a lot of the Belgian ones, like Tim was just talking about in Amsterdam, I know they got a lot of the Belgian beer up there, it's balanced. You have one is Destroys Brewers. They're all about doing some crazy shit, like putting peaches and you name it, whatever in beer, but it's all perfectly balanced. It tastes good. So I got a shit ton of it in my cellar, and I'll have one every few months. Same with like a lot of the Belgian Trappist beers. I'll have one every few months. Or even the Cantillon. I hate the beer, but they're 2 grape ones. They do a Merlot grape and then a white grape. I think it's Chardonnay, but one of them every few years is just incredible. But any more than that, I'm like, I don't like it anymore.
And I can appreciate the fruited sours and the fruited beers, but I almost look at it from a preserving the fresh harvest perspective, where okay, I have this excess cherry harvest or excess raspberry harvest. It's going to go bad in a couple of weeks, or I got to freeze it or something. And putting it into a beer so it lasts and has awesome flavor for a couple of years is kind of a cool way to keep that fruit going.
Yeah, that's a big one. Like with cherry beers, my wife doesn't like beer at all, but New Glarus here, they brew a cherry beer that's just incredible. It's perfectly balanced.
That's a great beer.
I will drink it. I'll always come downstairs and grab a bottle, and I'll take a sip before I give it to her, just because I like to taste it.
Every time I'm in Wisconsin, I try to load up on as much New Glarus beer as I can. Of course, usually you can't. You almost have to go to New Glarus to get the really special stuff. But
once travel kicks off,
you just gotta know where.
Once travel starts happening again, if anybody finds themselves in the Boston area, please give me a ring, and we'll do some brewery tours and some.
I like Boston. I've only been there once, but the one time I was there was just a couple years ago. Awesome city.
It is, and I'm not from here, and let's see, 2010, I moved to Boston area. I moved to Cambridge, actually, lived there for a couple of years, lived around, and now I'm south of the city, probably about 45 minutes south of the city. But Boston's a great town. I really like it. There's some cool brewery stuff, but just for his history, if you're a history buff, I mean, and I am, and I love all the history in Boston and stuff like that. So it's a cool city. And I know not everybody's a fan of, let's say, Sam Adams. I love the place, and I like the beer. And it's funny because I love Sam Adams Boston Lager on a good draft account, but I don't care for it in bottles and cans. I don't know why, but I've got there's some local draft accounts that I know are like fresh and I've had some that are, you get on tap and it's like, yeah, it's not really good. Obviously, you're not going through it quickly enough. And there are some places where I'll go and I know I can buy a Boston Lager on tap and it's going to be fantastic because, they're either going through it quickly enough or they subscribe to the Sam Adams sort of program where they'll come and they'll clean your beer lines and whatever. But the brewery tours are really cool. It's a nice tour. I go on it probably every couple of months. I've been there, a dozen times. You get these nice little, Sam Adams, they were 7-ounce glasses. They've moved to, I think, like 5-ounce glasses, which is a shame, but you get to take the sampling glass with you. And now they have a tap room. They used to not. So you go through the tour, which is about a 45-minute tour, and then you end up at a tasting, and they always have the Boston Lager at the tasting, and then whatever the seasonal is, and then they have, being their pilot brewery, they have a lot of, whatever they're experimenting with. You can usually get in growlers or whatever, and some really cool stuff. But I have a huge amount of respect. Being originally an East Coast guy, I have great respect for what Jim Cook and Sam Adams did for brewing the early days of craft brew on the East Coast. We know Fritz Maytag and those guys in in Anchor and Liberty Brewing and all like that on the West Coast. But on the East Coast, it was Sam Adams, in the 80s.
Did a lot for sure.
And so I'm a big fan. But anyway, Boston's a really cool city. There's a ton of history. When I moved here, I really liked the fact that you could go and do like the what they call the Freedom Tour, or the Freedom Walk, Freedom Trail, and you get to see a lot of the stuff that you heard about when you were like in middle school or high school, however long ago that was, and you didn't have any context for it or whatever, and you're a kid, so you hear it, like in one ear and out the other, and yeah, it's great, whatever, and you get to see things like the site of the Boston Massacre and, understand the context of it a little bit, or the USS Constitution or the Old North Church and, stuff like that. And it's really cool. And I've gone on all those tours and I've sort of paid for the tour guide version of it. So now I know all the little history facts. So whenever I have friends or family come to town, I'll go do our own tour. And cool thing about Boston also, it's a relatively compact urban area, so you can walk to pretty much anything you'd want to go to, within an hour or so. Everything's walkable, so that makes it a really good experience. Except Sam Adams Brewery, you got to take a train for that or a subway, but it's a really, really cool city. And I live down closer to Plymouth now, which they've got the Mayflower too, and Plymouth Rock and stuff like that, and just kind of cool to see some of the history bit of that if you're a history buff. But
I remember.
I meant to ask you earlier. Have you ever been to Anna Fest?
Anna Fest? No, it doesn't sound familiar.
And so it's in. This is back to your earlier things you were talking about in Franconia. So this is in Forchheim, and it is a place called the Kellerwald, and it's a big hill that has like 8 or 10 or 12 Kellers in the hill from different breweries. Like a bunch of breweries around Franconia have their Kellers in that hill. You're familiar with it, Tim?
No, it sounds like someplace I'd like to go though.
It is. So, so Anna Fest is like a week-long festival in July, and I've been twice. And this is the time when they open up all the Kellers, and they serve Keller beer out of all the Kellers. And there are breweries that I had never heard of, like before going there. But some of the beers are great. Some of them are not so great. Like I could tell you which ones too. Like I've got notes. So like some of them like always have diacetyl. And what's funny is nobody seems to care. Like it'll still be like totally full of patrons, like happily drinking the beer that's complete butter bombs. But what made me think of it was when you were talking about the amber, like that's amber Keller beer, because there's a lot of that there. It's almost like it's like Märzen Keller beer, and there's some that are like kind of like Hellesbach or Bach Keller beer.
So what's the name of the fest again?
Anna Fest, the Feast of Saint Anna. Basically, it's called Anna Fest. ANNA.
And where is it in Franconia? What part?
It's in Forchheim.
Forchheim, which is funny because that's just north of Erlangen, which is where I used to get my malt from, except the American importer stopped. Well, actually, the place in Erlangen sold out to Irex, and now Irex is imported in their name. But so okay, Annefeld. So that's a little bit southeast of Bamberg.
So here's a
July. I haven't been there in July yet. I usually go in either May or like September, October, December.
They all serve in these like stoneware steins. I guess stein implies stoneware, right?
Krug is what they call it.
Steinkrug.
Yeah, there you go. So like and each of them has like their own.
Yeah, like, that's like a standard Franconian mug right there, the Steinkrug.
So there's one of the Kellers, and you can see the one of the employees there toiling away. It's like it's built right into the hill, and it's like they look like hobbit holes.
So they're only open at that time of year, and the rest of the year they just close it up?
The rest of the year they're operational, but they're not like open to the public like this. Like this is the only time. And if you peer, I didn't get any great photos of like peering down into one, unfortunately. So here's a friend of mine. We brought these white, we went to the store and got these like white cups because we knew that they only served a liter at a time, and we wanted to try all the beers, and we didn't want to drink a liter. We were, of course, the only people with our own little cups, like pouring a liter and then sharing it.
Yeah, the lightweights.
We got some looks, but we were able to walk home just fine. So like they have got all this seating up above. There's me with a Nader Keller Stein. Some of them are very quaint, like just built into the side of well, they're all built into the side of the hill, but some of them have this like quaint stonework around them. There's a little like booth.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a favorite one of mine, Eichhorn. They've got that squirrel logo. I've got a t-shirt of them. So
oh, there's Monshoff.
Yeah, Monshoff. Yeah, Greif. Like what my favorite one. I didn't get a picture of this, but Greif is probably my favorite.
Yeah, I know Greif.
You know Greif. Okay, that was like they have a great. It's like a Hellesbach Keller beer that was probably the best one there. Very clean, and none of these are the level of beer we're trying to make. You realize, in my opinion. Like I mean, they may be when they're very fresh, but that's the point. Is that like I think you consume them fresh, and then after that, I think what we're going for is something that tastes like that, like those beers do fresh for much longer.
Right. And I think that's the big thing that why a traditional Keller beer, you don't see it here often, and they don't travel well, those few that you get. I mean, I was on a big Grevensteiner kick for a while, which is, kind of a Keller beer, and it does over here, but it's by Felton's.
That's one that comes in cans over here.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one I've had over here, and I realized that I bought the 1 4-pack, and I said, well, obviously I am not going to get any sense of what this is supposed to be out of that. I mean,
I mean, it's okay. It's just not. I mean, a Keller beer, a Franconian Keller beer it's it's meant to be consumed young. And that's like the big thing. It's a young lager. It's meant to be consumed
It's
young.
essentially not lagered lager.
Well, right. And a lot of people, some people will lager them, but I mean, it's a Keller beer. And Franconians are like the German version of Scots. They're known for frugality and, you know, practicality. And so,
No, my grandpa said that they were German hillbillies.
well, yes,
He was one. So.
Scots.
Well,
So,
He didn't know that until he got over here and found hillbillies and said, "My peeps."
yeah. So those are Franconians, and there's a whole history to the like there being kind of an economically depressed area, but and it goes back centuries, but you know they don't typically traditionally, you know, spend money unnecessarily. They're not going for all like the, you know, fancy bells and whistles. They make beer that is fermented and stored and served at Keller temperatures. Even my father-in-law, like all his beer, he doesn't refrigerate shit. It's all in his basement, i.e. the Keller, the cellar.
Yep.
And if you're drinking a beer at his house, it's brought up from the cellar, poured into a glass, and it's at that temperature. And that temperature is probably, you know, you're lucky if it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, it's probably more, you know, 12 to 15 C, and it's going to be on the warmer end, a little cool. I would call it cool, not cold. But that's the way they serve the beer. And traditionally the Keller beer is fermented and stored, but it's not even really stored. The true traditional Keller beer, you know, it's almost like it's the German lager version of an English cask ale. You know.
Well, the label on everything in German says "Kühl und trocken lagern." So as long as your basement's not flooded, you're following the directions, right?
Right. So it's I mean
store cool and dry.
Yeah, I came to love that style, and when you can find the fresh local examples, they're really just sublime. They're completely different than your mass-produced lagers. They're, you know, they've got some of the similar flavors of the lagers that we're used to, but it's from a different perspective. There are often some fruity esters because they're often fermented a little bit warmer, maybe around 60 Fahrenheit versus, you know, 58 to 60 Fahrenheit versus, you know, say 50 like we normally do. It's just a really cool kind of thing, and I really like it. And there is no equivalent to that over here, and you're just not gonna find them, you know, properly represented.
After realizing that it's not going to show up here.
Yeah.
It's not on the cards for me to get there anytime in the foreseeable future.
This
Given the endorsement of your father-in-law, I think I might have to try your recipe sometime. Although the trick for me is the way my pipeline is set up, not lagering something for 5-6 weeks is tricky for me. You know, I'd have to discombobulate my pipeline to drink it young enough.
That one, when I make it, I like to put it on tap at, you know, 2 to 3 weeks from brew day, you know, 4 weeks maybe outside max, but you know, it's going to be cloudy, it's going to be unrefined. It's just kind of cool though. You get some yeast character, and you know, you've got some Vienna and some Munich malt in there, and that the yeast character really accentuates that breadiness of it. And it really gives you that, you know, liquid bread sort of character. And, you know, I just love it. I think it's fantastic. And, you know, truly, again, traditional style, I don't think that beer ever hits any temperature, whether it's fermentation, storage, serving, below, you know, 10 degrees Celsius, you know.
So actually, I could skip I might be able to have a workaround because my pipeline is set up where I brew a beer, it goes through, I normally have one beer at every stage, including one beer at a time on tap, you know, and it moves through. But I could jump the line because it doesn't even have to go through any lagering, actually. I could,
right. And like I said,
it could ferment and then go in to be next man up in the keezer.
Yeah, you're gonna get some
Pretty
yeast.
soon you get
You're gonna
another
get-
tap.
What's that, Tim?
Need to get another tap.
Yeah.
Solve that problem.
Yeah.
Well, I can only ferment one at a time, and so it's worked for me for a long time. That I do progressive, and whatever I'm drinking now is what I'm drinking, and it's making me think about what to brew next, which will come along in its time. And
Yeah.
Last year was the first time I got to experience something that my fiance has been talking about for years, which is called Federweizen.
No, that stuff is terrible.
Federweizen. I loved
I
it.
remember a lot of posts you had on it.
Yeah,
is that?
it's basically in progress fermenting wine, and you can get it. And if you refrigerate it, it slows the process. But it's basically it has a finite lifespan, and it's constantly evolving. You get it in gallon jugs typically, and you'll open it and you'll pour a few glasses and you'll stick it in the fridge, and then a few days later you'll pour a few glasses, or you drink all of it, right? Whatever.
It's a real analog to the Keller beer.
It is, and it's just one of those things where it's like it evolves through the process of through the life cycle of a jug, where it's sweet in the beginning and mildly carbonated. It never really gets much carbonation because you're opening it every couple of days and pouring a couple of glasses, and I don't know. And some people don't like it. Some people absolutely hate it because it's raw, unrefined, in process wine.
But obviously, it arises from the same pragmatic approach as the Keller beer, the Franconian idea.
And Franconia
don't waste time, don't waste energy. You'll have something to drink, right?
That's not only Franconia. That's every wine region produces it. Like the Mosel.
Right.
You go anywhere biking during Federweizen season, and you get a glass of it for I don't even think I paid €1 max for a glass of this stuff, and everybody.
But you drink a lot of it, you'll get a headache, you'll get the shits. Your body doesn't like sweet half fermented wine, but it tastes good.
There's an interesting analog, maybe I just thought of in England that I enjoyed in cider, and it's called Scrumpy.
Oh, Scrumpy Jack. That's right.
Yeah.
Scrumpy cider. Now, most of the cider you'll get is like what you get here. It's been not only clarified, filtered, whatever, but also adjusted in alcohol. If you just crush your apples, you're getting a considerably stronger product than the 4 to 5% that you get in your normal bottled hard cider or draft hard cider over there. And the Scrumpy is it's cloudy, it's chunky, it's full strength, it's just been fermented, thrown in a cask and put on a hand pump, just like the beer. Yep. And you better watch yourself, because after 2 of them, you might not successfully exit your bar stool. And
I love getting,
we were over there, we heard they throw meat in there in the Scrumpy fermentation.
I don't know.
Or meat.
Rolling a beef or something. I'll let the yeast know.
Yeah.
But it's again a similar thing of what you get. It's only available in the regions that are producing. It's not something that you get even 20 miles away from the producer. But it's
I love
in
the fall. Stuff. It's just in New England, it's big apple country up here too, and you can get your unpasteurized, stabilized ciders in the stores in a lot of time, and there's one that I really like. It's out of Harvard, Mass, and Carlson, I think it's called. Whatever, doesn't matter. I'll buy a gallon jug of it, and it doesn't have sorbate or anything like that in it, no preservatives. So I'll drink half of it as it's meant to be, and then leave it stuck in the refrigerator for a couple of weeks, and it starts to ferment. And I love that just tangy, half fermented cider. It's still sweet, but it's got that alcohol tang and that fermentation tang to it. I love that. Absolutely love that in a cider. And so I get that every fall. I get a couple of them, open them up, crack a few, pour a few glasses, and then let it sit in the refrigerator till the bottle's swelling.
This whole conversation resonates with what I like most about homebrewing, which is if you've read my posts, I love to travel, and I love making a beverage that, I mean, every region has its own drink. And the best thing about traveling is, and being somebody who likes beer and likes, you know, food and drink, is that like if you follow that, like if you go to a place and you say like, okay, what do the locals drink, or what do the locals eat here? And you follow that thread, you tug on that thread, suddenly like you learn everything you need to know about that region just by following that thread, right? And then you go home and you make that beverage, or you make that food. I'm not as skilled a cook, but I can make the beverage, right? And my favorite thing in the world is just to try is to replicate that beverage, and you know you've got it right when you take a sip and you just get teleported back to that experience that you had in that region. And that is what I love about things like Keller beer and, you know, other things. And then like some of the other things you guys have been discussing, which I've never heard of, which like I definitely need to visit those regions so that I can, it almost seems like every place you go to, there's something like that you can learn about, go home, recreate that, and then you can go revisit that place anytime you want, as long as once you've figured out how to replicate that beverage perfectly. It's maybe it's just me, but like for me, it's like when I get it right, like the first time I got Hellas right, I had to sit down because I was like, it's like it took me back to like Tegernsee Lake, like in the south of Bavaria. Mm-hmm. And I'm not like bragging about my skill or anything. It was just a hint of it, right? But I love that feeling of like being able to recreate that, and the sensory memories are so powerful. That's what brings me back to this every single time. I'm less likely to brew something like a New England IPA, even though I like those beers. It's just that I can so easily buy one that's way better than I can ever make. that I'd probably do that. But the ones that bring back the sensory memories are things that you just can't get here. And so that's what just really drives me to try to replicate those again and again.
We've had a few discussions on the forum and here. I think last week we had a little of our origins of how we got into this. And for me, if you remember, that was a big piece of it, was having spent time in Bavaria and then a longer time in England and tried these regional things and realizing, hey, I'm moving back to the States. And if I don't learn how to brew, I will never again taste anything like these things that I've come to love. You have to learn to do it yourself if you're gonna carry it with you, and not get it at the source.
It was interesting for me that I didn't participate in that particular thread, but I saw it. But once I moved, I bought this house I'm in, and this was fall 2013. So 2014, my fiance had moved in with me, and we have her birthday's in September, so it loosely corresponds with Oktoberfest. So she being German, we figured we'll have an Oktoberfest party, Oktoberfest/birthday party. And we've had it every year. I think this is 6 years running. We've now had, our annual Oktoberfest party, and all our friends come to expect it, and everybody loves it. And she makes a bunch of food, and I make, 4, 5, 6, German style beers. And the first year I was still doing extract and grains, and I tried to do a Märzen and an Oktoberfest, and it was like, it's not bad, but I just can't hit that. I can't get it. And I think that was after our first trip together to Germany to visit her family. And, again, spent 3 weeks there and having all the local beer and being like, yeah, I'm nowhere close to this. I need to up my game. So the first step was I need to switch to all grain because that's the only way I'm going to be able to come close to these flavors. I did that. So the next year, all grain Märzen. Actually, I did more of a fest beer instead of a Märzen, and it turned out good. We have a friend who's he's a pilot for United Airlines, but he and his other pilot buddies go to Oktoberfest every year in Munich, and he was super complimentary of the beer that year, and and he brought one of his pilot friends, and he was also very complimentary. I was like, that's great, okay, fine, but I'm still not getting. There's something missing, and I kind of went down that rabbit hole of what can I do. And then, so the following year was about when I started tracking onto this subcurrent, undercurrent of low oxygen brewing, and and then I started that, and so then I think it went from extracting grains to all grain to low oxygen, and wow, holy cow, I can these are the flavors, and it was funny because I started with the pills. I don't know why instead of the Helles, but I went the pills route, and my first couple beers were low oxygen beers were pills, and I did it back
because you wanted a child's beer.
Yes. What is it? The Kinder. What do they call it? It's not Kinder beer. Well, it is Kinder beer, but they make mild beers for kids.
One time I was in Bavaria and I asked why they always serve Pilsner in 0.3 liters.
Mhm.
Like every other beer they're serving as half liter or full liter, but they were serving Pilsner as a 0.3 liter. I think it was in a hotel I was staying in
That's
Munich.
a good question.
And I asked, and why is this? Why do you always serve? They do it everywhere. Why do you always serve Pilsner in a 0.3 liter when everything else is half liter? And the guy said, it's because it is child's beer.
That's great.
I was under the impression it was because it's often what people have as the last beer of the night before you go home, and so
it's like the
I
schnitz.
thought it was a little more
Yeah.
double because it had a little more hops and kind of more.
Yeah. So you've been pounding the mass of Helles all night, and
digestive beer
before you go home. Oh, one more. We'll just have a little pills.
I don't think we understand the regionalism here, because as Americans we're very postmodern.
Mm-hmm.
We're all about like if is it good? Like if something is something good, then we'll take it. Like, oh, here's this thing from another state. Well, is it good? Okay, then I'll have, like, it's not like there's no, oh, well, then it must be bad. If it's not from Indiana, it sucks.
Yeah.
But in Germany, there's very definitely if it's not from here, then no, we don't. We've got great beer here. We don't need, what do we need beer from other places for? I don't care if it's good.
And that's like a 5-mile radius.
Yeah, I've always, ever since you posted that way back during your travels, John, I've got a kick out of your father-in-law's reference to Ausländer beer. And what do you think the radius is? At what point from his house the brewery becomes Ausländer?
Well, let's see. So Franken has 3 regions within Franconia. So there's Unterfranken, Mittelfranken, Oberfranken, and for him, it's probably Unterfranken. It's like it's Lower Franconia. Outside of that, is and
which is tiny. Like,
yeah,
it's a very small area.
Yes.
Yeah, which is definitely outside of Franconia to him is Ausländer.
In our terms here, it's like your county.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's pretty universal across all of Germany, because you go to like the Eifel area, you'll see the big one there. Everyone drinks Bitburger, but the schnapps.
Yeah.
Every little town has their schnapps producer.
They make their own. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I lived in this small podunk town, and right across, maybe 2-3 fields, maybe 2 kilometers away, less than a mile, there's another small town with another distillery, and I'm like, oh, they make really good schnapps there, and then they're all like, they don't know what they're doing. That's garbage. That's Ausländer schnapps.
Kolsch is the same way. Like I went to some friends of mine house in a like an exurb of Cologne. Like I probably could have walked to Cologne from this place, so I thought they'd be drinking Kolsch, right? No, they're like only in Cologne do they drink Kolsch. Like, have they had Kolsch before? Yes. When they go to Cologne, they drink Kolsch.
It's like you think that it's limiting to say that champagne only comes from Champagne, but that is literally within the city limits.
You're right. Yeah.
Or because it's either from Cologne or it's not. I remember back in the 80s, somebody in Bonn wanted to produce something like it, and so they called it Bunch. BO_NNSCH. Bunch. So because they can't call it Kolsch because it's from Bonn. And
Yeah.
That's one style that really kills me is Kolsch. That it seems to be, especially on homebrew talk, it's like the cough off beer. Oh, well, let's brew a Kolsch. It's simple. Well, if you're gonna brew a true Kolsch, it's not simple. And
Right.
sure as shit ain't brewing it here because I've yet to try one that tastes anything like a Kolsch should taste like here in the U.S.
I have yet to achieve teleportation with my homebrew.
I haven't even attempted. So I've really been enjoying an imported Kolsch. I've not had one, an American brewed version that I liked yet, but I have been really enjoying the
Reisdorf?
Reisdorf. Yeah, the Reisdorf, because you can get it in cans. Because the others like Gaffel and those, they come in bottles, and we know bottles aren't going to travel as well as cans. And the Reisdorf is in cans, and I've really been enjoying that. But every time we go to Germany, which is almost every year, I keep saying we need to make a side trip to Cologne because I want to go and try some local Kolsch.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened yet, and it's now becoming kind of a running joke / bitter, like we really need to go to Cologne this year, and it hasn't happened yet. And
Yeah, I mean, I would argue in favor of that.
yeah, I am arguing in favor of it.
I have something different to share, though. I was kind of disappointed when we went there. I drug everybody, my family, to all the big Kolsch breweries, and I wasn't that crazy about it. It was good German beer, but we wound up going to the Irish pub that day.
I was surprised that my favorite was actually Gaffel. The time we toured there, it tasted the freshest.
Yeah.
But I'm also a fan of Fru, which you can also get in cans, by the way.
Mm-hmm. They were all good, but I wasn't blown away by the style, I guess.
That's how I was the first time we lived in Germany, because we weren't too far from Cologne, and we'd go there on the regular. And I'd drink it, and I'm like, I don't understand this stuff. I don't get it. So I'd drink it whenever, but this last time we lived there, we went there, and I still drank it. I was like, it's okay. And then we're having a big heat wave. I want to say it was maybe 2014, 2015. It was just terrible heat waves there. And, of course, there's no air conditioning most places in Germany. And I was at my buddy's house, and he always drinks Kolsch. And he gives me one. It was just like the aha moment. I drank it, and I was like, holy shit. And I've just been in love with it. That's been my go-to style ever since that one day.
But that's a style that's all about the subtleties.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what most people don't comprehend with that style.
Yeah.
that's something that's not going to travel well.
Yeah,
And
there's
I've been to Cologne once, and I was young and ignorant then, and so I didn't know from Kolsch, so I didn't try any. And so now I am assuming that, sort of like with the Keller beer, it's something that unless I go back, I will never experience it. And so I'm not going to try to brew it because I don't know what the standard is.
Unless you can get somebody to bring you a can of Fru or Reisdorf or something like that. Like those two.
You can get the Reisdorf here. I'm not sure how
I wouldn't.
it is,
It's not going to travel the same.
I've had it here. It's not.
That's why I think like the can's better than a bottle, but it's still not the real thing. So, I'm taking German classes every Thursday. There's like this German social club and school near here, and they have Ratskeller, and on tap they always have, they have the big names, and they have a lot in bottles too. I always get the Weihenstephan, Helles, but they also have Gaffel Kolsch on tap. And I've tried it, and I thought, well, if it's on draft, maybe, the kegs travel better than bottles and stuff like that. It's going to be decent. And I was nonplussed by it, and I've had it twice now, and I'm just, it doesn't. And it's funny because the Gaffel on tap there, at least, doesn't even interest me as much as the Reisdorf in cans that I can get now, whether it's a matter of freshness or it's just the flavors, or who knows. I don't know what's going on there, but I still have to get a local fresh Coach.
I was really surprised when we went to the Gaffel, like very commercial tap room they have right near the train station.
The door from the train station.
That beer had it. Like it had the fresh grain character, and I was blown away by it. And I thought, like, that was the first Kolsch that I had in Cologne, and I thought, wow, this is going to be a great trip. We went to a bunch of other breweries, and I was mostly disappointed. I mean, I liked Fru, but there were several that I thought were pretty bad. That just, like, they tasted like nothing, like they'd been oxidized. But it's funny because I talked with my friends who live there. It's just so regional. Like that, I would ask them what the best Kolsch was. Like, I told them at the time, I thought like Fru was my favorite, and I said, well, I told them that, and they informed me that I was wrong. That it was Reisdorf that was the correct. But like, I came to learn that it had nothing to do with how it tastes. It's just all about like what you grew up with and regionalism and all that.
But also, every time you go there, at least for me, every time I go there, it was a different beer I fell in love with. Like, one time it would be the Fru Kolsch, just because we'd sit there for hours on end and drink. And then another time is the Gilden or the Peters Kolsch. And then another time is the Malzmühle. So
I like Malzmühle.
I think it's just every time you go there, and granted, I live less than an hour and a half away from there, so I went there quite a bit. But it was just the ambience and everything that made it the best.
Yeah. The sense memory.
Yeah,
which is which is what I'm all about. So I'm trying to capture that, and so far with Kolsch, I have not.
Yeah.
I think there's something definitely to that idea of you have to have that aha moment with a new style sometimes to be really like receptive to the nuances of the style.
Yeah.
I think maybe New England IPA is where I have an example of that, where I was totally just against New England IPAs forever. Couldn't stand them. It's a poorly made beer. But then I had like one or two really good ones, and then it's like, oh, now I get it. And now I'm willing to like kind of explore it a little bit. Yep. And I think there's a lot of beer styles that maybe that's kind of the way you get into it, is you just have that one aha moment, and then it all kind of opens up.
Yeah, I agree. That little resonance that happens.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because I had that with Kolsch, and I had been drinking Kolsch for years, and I never really cared about it. And just that one time, like Bitburger, the first time I drank a Stubby, I was like, holy shit, this is good beer. And that was my first time ever drinking Bitburger.
I love New England IPA. It's just beyond my skill level, apparently.
Hey, who's that, John?
This is Hannah. She's my girl.
She makes the pH meters and the things?
Yeah. She's multi-talented. And apparently she needs to go outside. I'll be back.
On one of our trips to visit my cousins in Germany, we first went to Belgium and drank our way through Belgium. Well, we took a couple bottles of triple Carmelite, which is my favorite triple, and test it. They're from the real small town, 300 people in Bavaria. And you were like, here, try this beer. And we already know the answer is going to be, oh, no, it's horrible, you know. And we poured this triple out and they drank it. The looks on their faces, you know, they were just like, what is this crap? This is not beer. It's just like, what is this stuff you brought us? Like,
I mean, it's
deal
like,
with it.
we're so postmodern here. It's like we're just willing to try anything.
Exactly, yeah.
And this is a thing, like we take this for granted in the United States, is that we've got the best access to anything you want of quality from anywhere than anywhere else in the world. And it's because we're so postmodern about things. We're all about like, is it good? Is it of quality? I don't care where it's from. Like, did they do a good job? Did they perfect it? Then I want that. Like I want the thing from the place where they figured out how to do it the best. Everywhere else in the world, it's not like that.
We sort of like take that for granted that we are that way.
Yeah, right.
But a lot of
it's a double-edged sword. Like it's great because we're very open-minded. But the flip side of it is we've got no pride.
Right. No allegiance. Right.
That's something very interesting, and it's part of the reason that I became so focused on lager actually in my brewing, aside from the fact that I really like them. Going back 30 plus years ago when I started home brewing, as I said, it's because I loved the stuff that I had experienced elsewhere. But I came back and the craft beer was just taking off, and you know, and I realized that all the craft brewers were trying to go back to some kind of tradition, but I realized it was somebody else's tradition. They were brewing British beer, or what they, you know, their interpretation of a British beer or an Irish, you know, or Belgian or whatever. And the sort of the cliche was, well, that's because we don't have a brewing tradition. I said, well, yeah, we do. We had that great pre-prohibition lager brewing tradition, and why isn't anybody trying to revive that? Why are you trying to revive, you know, early 20th century British beer? Why not?
That's a good point.
Go to our lager tradition, and so yeah, but that did take off, and it somehow fed into that idea of, well, because nobody was focusing on a local tradition, they were focusing on every other tradition they could grab hold of. You had something that you would never hear of in another country. A craft brewer in England or Germany or anywhere is focusing on reviving the old styles of their local hometown, and the extreme in Belgium, you know, when Peter Sellis was trying to revive the Hoegaarden and stuff. And meanwhile, over here, craft brewers were saying, I'm going to have 69 taps, and every one is going to be from some tiny village you never heard of in another country. And I guess me being contrarian, I said, well, you know, we had this great German-American lager brewing tradition. I'm kind of interested in that. But
it is pretty interesting. You're right. I haven't really thought about that much,
but it goes back to that beginning, that somebody missed the idea that we did have something to be proud of, and that we could have revived just like all these other countries were.
So, Rob, do you brew any like pre-prohibition?
I do from time. I haven't in a while, but you know, my interest sort of, you know, shifts, and especially since low oxygen, I'm really keen on the German styles. I've always had a weakness.
Well, how would you define that style? Because it's going to have German roots in it, right?
Yeah, I mean, and the funny thing is, you know, the whole idea of adjunct brewing is something that was invented by Germans in Germany before there was a unified national law that kind of pushed it out of there. And so it was German immigrants brought it with them, and how to make really good adjunct lagers. And yeah, I do have an interest in it, and something I'm hoping to get around to here in the next few months in the summer is try applying low oxygen to that style, which is not appropriate, but should be interesting.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever brewed with like different herbs and spices? Because something I had been reading up on was some of like the more ancient kind of herbal beers. And there's a book called Sacred and Herbal Healing Beers that I read that was really interesting, talking about, you know, brewing with, you know, myrtle or mugwort and
Mugwort.
heather.
Yeah, I brewed a
honey
gruit
and
one time.
And it's
What-
really interesting kind of what they were doing. It's like more of a, you know, medicinal type of beer. And then you have, you know, some accounts of the church getting involved. And, you know, because of some of the, you know, psychoactive effects of these different beers, wanting to shift over to hops because they were more sedative and kept people calm and stuff. And then the Reinheitsgebot having some component of, you know, they want to keep the wheat available or the rye available for bread making, and, you know, just some of the other kind of historical drivers of these different laws and how it kind of shifted everything.
Yeah, I'm
Remember
a
when we had
fanatic
that-
for beer history and all these, whether it's from 100 years ago or 500 years ago. I'll read anything I can find. It is fascinating. I might not necessarily apply it.
We had that hop shortage. When was that? It was like 10 years
About
ago.
10 years ago.
Yeah, so the state fair here has a homebrew competition that's really quite big, and they had a special category for an unhopped beer at that time when the hop shortage was, and, you know, sort of try to like put positive spin on the whole thing. And so I decided I was going to make one, and I made a gruit that was, it had mugwort and yarrow and a couple other spices. I made it once. You know, I mean, I don't know if it was my, yeah, you can't make a beer once and say that like it wasn't that good, so I'm not going to make it again, because it could have just been my lack of skill making that. But it gave me a new appreciation for hops, I guess is what I'd say. But it did like, so the yarrow really, I think the yarrow, if I'm even pronouncing that right, is what probably was the best substitute for the bittering function of hops that like seemed to provide the bittering the most. But it came out, I guess it was a little astringent, and it, I don't know, I didn't love the herbal kind of flavor that it had. It just didn't appeal to me. But like I said, I only made it once. So I think like if you were into it, I think you could really experiment with a lot of different herbs and spices and probably come up with something that was pretty good. I know, like when I went to Alaska last year, and I went to a couple places that had spruce tip beers, and I've had spruce tip beers in the past and never liked them. But then I learned that there's a trick to it, and like you have to harvest the spruce tips at just the right time, or they don't. Like if you harvest them at the right time, they have this wonderful like fruity character, like fruity floral kind of character. But if you harvest them too late, they get this kind of acrid bitterness. And I think a lot of people assume that acrid bitterness is what they're going for, when in fact it's more that younger, like fruity floral flavor. And the places I had them at in Alaska, like they had figured out the best time to harvest these for sure, and they were great. I don't know if they were solely spruce tip, or if those beers had hops in them. I'd have to go back to my notes.
I think now legally you have to have hops in anything that you're making
to call it beer
as a brewer. Yeah, if you have the license, you know, to operate as a brewer, you have to include grain and hops. So I know that was like when Dogfish Head was doing some of their ancient Egyptian and Sumerian and whatever stuff, they had to include minimal amounts of hops along with the other things, so they weren't they said, hey, it's not authentic, but this is as close as we can get. So
The American Reinheitsgebot.
Yeah, and maybe Andrew, to your point, and kind of going back to my comments about adding the fruits to a beer to kind of preserve it, I think there's a certain level of, you want to maintain the medicinal quality of these seasonal herbs. And so by putting it into a beer, you're able to preserve the peak, medicinal effect for a year or 2 years or whatever it is. So maybe if this thing only is at its peak freshness and, efficacy at a certain point, you're able to put this into a beer or wine or mead or something like that, and then administer it throughout the year.
And for medicinals,
I love that
also,
idea.
people have long known that certain chemicals in botanicals are water soluble or fat soluble or alcohol soluble, and so they're probably trying to find the best medium to make that extract in of their medicinals, probably, right, Josh?
Yeah, I know there's a lot of liqueurs and stuff that are popular in Germany, and bitters and things like that. And my family in Germany, they're really into it. And it's like I've always grown up drinking lots of herbal teas and things like that, and I'll take bitter extracts of different things if it's oh, this is ginger or whatever it is, and it's like I really like those flavors. And so making beers that have that intense herbal character, I think, are appealing to me at least. But it's so much more potent and intense and bitter than traditional beer, even in a 200 IBU double IPA. It's like those herbal beers are beyond that even. And so I think it's definitely something you have to kind of grow used to, or, you almost have to look at it as this is like a tonic. You're not going to totally enjoy it, but more about the effect that you might get.
Yeah. I really like the idea of that.
Jägermeister is supposed to be medicine. It is not something to party on in college, but
Right to liquor, it's to settle the stomach.
Right.
Exactly. It's good for a greasy stomach, and it's really not good for your social life in college.
I like the pragmatism
a
of
friend
that.
who's big on the what's the one that comes in the little paper wrapped bottles?
What is that called? It's
Peppercorn?
it's like it's awful.
Talking about the bitters?
Well, no,
Yeah, they're at the bars now. You can get them at your
it
local
comes in a little
hipster bar.
paper wrapped
Yeah.
little mini bottle that you throw back. What's this stuff?
Guess I don't get out much.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
He's a big fan of it. It's a normal common German digestif.
Yeah.
I've wanted to do a Unterberg.
That's what it is. Yes. Underberg.
Yeah,
It's awful. It's terrible.
it really is not pleasant. Yeah, so I wanted to do the heather, which I know is pretty inoffensive, and it's not nearly as herbally strong as some of the stuff you guys were talking about. But I've had the Freak and stuff like that, and it's left me wanting to try it as a alternative for something like a rustic British style beer additive. But I've got a friend, actually it's funny, it's the guy, the friend that I had over who tasted my side-by-side low oxygen, high oxygen Helles. He doesn't know anything about brewing, but he wants to come over and brew someday and do the spruce beer. And he's gotten found one of those videos on how to brew traditional colonial beers or whatever, and he wants to try that, and I'm like, okay, let's do that. It's interesting, some of the stuff you said about even the spruce tips and the seasonal harvesting of them. So maybe that'll be something to look into. But yeah, he's big into the primitive stuff, even though he's never done it, but he wants to try it. And I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll figure it out one day.
A friend of mine and I brewed a Stein beer one time, and I think I'll never probably do it again, because it was we got these big river rocks or whatever that were supposed to be all granite, but some of them, sure enough, kind of burst once we put them into the wort, and so they were obviously not 100% pure.
Definitely sandstone is not one you want to do that.
No.
That was always a fun thing. grew up, I camped a lot, and I was in Boy Scouts and stuff like that. And you know, you always find like sandstone from the wet sandstone and throw it in the fire, and you know, it's like a low grade fragmentation grenade. But definitely wouldn't want to put that in a beer.
Did you ever have the Stein beer from Germany, Andrew?
I've never had a real commercial example. We
Yeah.
just what we did was we made like a, I think it was like a Märzen grain bill,
Oh, okay.
and we mashed it. I think we like step mashed it using like my friend's direct fired system.
Mhm.
And then we moved it to a kettle, and that's when we started using the stones,
Yeah.
which we were heating using a variety of methods,
Mhm.
which were all mostly inadequate.
Yeah.
I remember a long time ago, this is weird. I go to pour a beer, and as I'm coming back in the room, I hear something about fragmentation grenades and Stein beer. And I'm like, where is this conversation gone? How long was I out of the room?
You walked away for 1 minute.
I've had this Stein beer from.
I used to be able to get at a store right around here, the Rauchenfels Stein beer, and so I have actually had it. But the question you mentioned, mashing and then moving to the kettle and heating for the boil. So how did they heat the mash? Did they use stones for that too?
Well, this was just a friend of mine and I.
Yeah, but I mean authentic.
So we just used his.
Authentically, they just put
We
it in
cheated.
there. Yeah. They
Yeah, I
just
think.
put it in there to they use it to caramelize the sugars.
Well, that was their source of heat for the boil, right?
For everything.
No,
And for the mash too, I think.
no, they didn't use the stones for that. They used the stones to caramelize the wort.
Oh, I thought it was because they were doing the entire process in wooden vessels that couldn't be direct fired, and so they were using rocks in a cage dipped in to provide the heat.
Possibly in the past, I can't speak for that, but I know
Yeah.
the breweries that are.
I thought that was the origin. I wonder if they were doing that in the mash too. That seems it would pretty much it would give you a pretty ineffective mash. You'd be frying a lot of your grain before you got anything out of it.
Yeah, I can't speak for that portion of it, the originalities and all that, but I know the beer that I had, that was the actual stone beer. That shit was terrible. It's like it was like unfermented beer almost. I mean, it was bad. It was just straight like sugar. Like I can't. It was terrible. And I've had a few different times, and every time is just horrible.
I think that's a pretty worldwide ancient technique on how to heat things up. I mean, I remember hearing that like Native Americans would do that cooking, that they would take rocks from the fire if they only had a wooden or wicker type, whatever.
Yeah,
they didn't have metal pots you could set on a fire. So, and in the old days in Germany, the only thing you could get really big for a vessel was something made of cooperage. So,
yeah,
it makes sense to drop a basket of hot rocks in it. But
Speaking of cooperage, have any of you been to the Guinness brewery tour in Dublin?
Never took that one.
So I went. So whenever we go to Germany, which is almost every year, we normally try to do a side trip on the way because most of I think Icelandair started this thing, but most of the European airlines will now, they will allow you to stop over for free in their country of origin, for up to like 2 weeks or something like that. So 2 years ago, we stopped in Ireland, did like a 3-day stopover in Ireland on the way to Germany.
you didn't fly Ryanair to Germany.
No, we flew Aer Lingus. I don't think Ryanair comes here. No,
it does.
Aer
Well, not
Lingus.
here. It doesn't come here. But
Aer Lingus, that's it. Yeah.
And then I think Lufthansa to Germany. But So we went there and, kind of did a little side tour, but only spent one night or one day and that night in Dublin, but did the Guinness tour. And it was okay. Honestly, if you're a brewer, it's all rudimentary stuff. It's just talking about the brewery process. But you go through one floor and it's the malting process. You go through the other floor, it's the brewing process. And it's kind of like you go up, 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 and it kind of takes you through the process. And most of it was pretty boring. But they did have a really fascinating exhibit on, traditional cooperage and, talk, through the process and it, had all the tools and, a video. There was maybe a 20-minute video to watch on, traditional, coopering and fascinating. That was actually the best part of the entire Guinness tour. And so I recommend it, if only for that. And then you go up to the high level, they have like an observation deck bar and you can have a couple of drinks. They actually have a really nice Helles that Guinness makes. But they have, I don't know, 20 something different beers that they make there, but the Helles are really nice. But anyway, you mentioned cooperage and they had a fantastic, really, really, really interesting exhibit on, traditional cooperage. I tell people though, if
We're
you're
doing introductions. This is Cricket.
Hey,
Cricket, yeah. I tell people
Being extremely well behaved while I'm sitting here all night.
if you've got one day to spend in Dublin and you're thinking about where to spend that, if you have any affinity at all for whiskey and you have to choose between Jameson and Guinness, go to Jameson. The Jameson Bow Street Distillery Tour is absolutely fantastic.
Right.
We did them in the same day, and I don't know how we did that, but we managed to do them both in the same day. And the Jameson tour, really cool tour, and you get a ticket for a drink, and you take it with you on the tour. And they make whiskey sours that are like traditional sours with like whipped egg white and froth and everything like that, and they're amazing. They're fantastic. And so they had one that was like a rhubarb raspberry, whiskey sour, and all these things. And then you get to the end and they do a little tasting, and it's like you get a Jameson and you get a Jack Daniels and a Johnny Walker or something like that. Nothing fancy, but it's kind of a cool tasting. And the tour is fantastic though, and the drinks you get, and then if you can spend a little bit of time afterwards and have the bandwidth to drink a little bit more, you can sample a lot of really interesting whiskeys. And I'm also a whiskey enthusiast, and they have Jameson Black Barrel, which is available here, and it's basically an extra charred oak barrels, but the only place you can get in the world the cask strength Black Barrel is at the Bow Street Distillery in Dublin. And the cool thing is, I went there and got it, and you get to pour your own bottle out of the cask and write your own label, and then they have a journal that you can write a message in that stays there in perpetuity. For example, they said, they had a couple who they were there while the woman was pregnant with a child, and so they got one of these bottles. They poured the cask strength Black Barrel, and you get a numbered bottle, X whatever number bottle from whatever number cask, and you get to enter. And they wrote a message for their son in the journal, so when he's 21 or whatever, he can come back and read the message that they wrote for him, whatever, when they got the bottle. So I got one of those bottles, and it's really cool because I was actually able to fill the bottle myself from the cask and seal it and handwrite the bottle number whatever from cask whatever on the label. It was really kind of cool. So I guess that's a non sequitur from a little sidebar. But speaking of cooperage, cool cooperage exhibit in Guinness and really cool tour in Jameson.
Cool.
Get to Dublin.
And you mentioned whiskey sour, which just reminds me, I used to love a whiskey sour. The only thing I would ever consider doing to adulterate a whiskey? The only thing other than straight whiskey that I would want. And I haven't had one in so many years because all the bars and bartenders are so scared shitless of a raw egg white now.
Yeah, it basically.
I don't want one if it's not made the right way.
Sour mix and whiskey, and it's crap.
Yeah. No, give me the lemon juice and the egg white and the whole deal. And if you do it right, I'll drink it. But nobody will do it anymore around here.
When I was in college, it was funny when I first started. This was back in the early '90s, 91. I went to college, and I didn't like beer at the time. It took me a couple of years of drinking in college to learn to like beer. And whiskey sours was one of my drinks at the time, but they were the crap whiskey sours, which is just whiskey and sour. Went through different iterations of what my drink of choice was until one summer. This was, I want to say, like going into my junior year, or going into my senior year, or something like that. I was spending one summer with this one girl in particular, and we were just friends. Nothing beyond that ever came of it. But she was, we were in Pennsylvania. That's where we grew up. And she was a big fan of Yuengling's Porter. Now, I despise Yuengling Lager. A lot of people like it. I despise it. But Yuengling makes a porter, which is really quite nice. And I still like it. What's that?
They do indeed.
Yeah. But most people don't realize they even make a porter. But so she got me into the Yuengling Porter in the same year that I had another friend her dad was big into Sam Adams. So I was starting to drink some Boston Lager, and I would go visit, her at her house. And then that same summer, I had joined the Army Reserves, and we did an annual training for 3 weeks in Germany. And I had just turned 21. Actually, no, I think I was 22 that year. But it was like everything was coming together for beer, and then we go to Germany for 3 weeks. And it was amazing. We were in this place in Bavaria, and there was a little town outside the Army base in Hohenfels. And, I really learned to appreciate beer. And the scary thing was, we had a motor pool section in my unit, a bunch of, mechanics, and they didn't want to go experience anything there. So they would go to the liquor store on post, and just about every night, the collective of them would buy a case of Bud Light and a case of Coors Light, and they would sit in the barracks and drink bad American beer in Germany.
Ouch.
And and the more adventuresome of us were like, we're going out in the town, and we don't even speak German, but we're gonna stumble our way through the local pubs here and had some amazing experiences. Where my first experience of Obstwasser or Obsterli, there's all these different. There's a million different terms for Obstwasser, Obstwasserli, Obsterli. It's fruit schnapps, and and I couldn't believe how different real German schnapps was from this, overly sweetened crap that we sell in America that we call schnapps. And we drank a lot of that stuff, but it's so clean, and you can actually drink it, and you can get drunk off it, and maybe you have some hangover, but it's not near as bad because it doesn't have all the adulteration or the sweetness and all the other crap that American schnapps have.
Kirschwasser that doesn't have an obnoxious cherry taste. The only thing I can compare it to is, what's the Serbian one that's made out of plums? Slivovitz.
Oh, I haven't had that.
But they're these brandies. They're clear white, perfectly clear like water, and have a hint of that fruit flavor, but not the syrupiness that you get in like the American schnapps, so-called kind of.
Yeah. So every time we go, I always bring back a bottle or two of schnapps, because it's like, this is real schnapps, and I give it to people here, and they're like, Yeah, schnapps is like that the Cooper peach stuff, right? You put in a
It doesn't bite and it isn't sweet and it just has a hint of the flavor and it's
not syrupy. If it's syrupy, it's wrong.
Hey, Brian.
Hey,
You're back.
I missed an hour of chat.
But you're recording this week, so at least you can catch up.
Oh, I can play it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Because you don't have anything better to do than to go
That's
back
right.
and watch the hour of random beer chat that you missed.
well, I
It
had
hasn't even been beer chat. It's been whiskey chat. Mixed beer.
It's drifted to, yeah.
Cooperage.
and
A
I
little
missed
whiskey
it
and-
because I'm a big whiskey guy, actually.
Short story, I said the word, somebody was talking about Steinbier, and I said, well, that makes sense because big vessels all had to be made of cooperage, so you had to drop rocks in to heat it. And John said, cooperage, has anybody been on the Jameson tour in Dublin? And there we go.
There we are. So we have a cooperage here in Minnesota that I get all my barrels from. And I don't know if anyone knows my backstory, but I actually got into beer making because I was a whiskey maker before.
I thought it was because you worked in the beer warehouse when you were in college.
Yeah, well, I did that too.
Yeah.
But my close family friends have been distilling since Prohibition. And they're the ones who kind of, every year they have this little like jamboree where they have a band and they have all their little stills out and they make their icky sugar wash and everybody drinks it and says yay. And it was me who I was like, wait a minute, how are you checking gravity and how are you knowing how much alcohol? And they're like, we don't. And I said, well, come on now, there's tools for that. And so I helped them streamline their process with their whiskey. Well, it wasn't really whiskey making, it was moonshine. And then that got me to build my first still and then start actually making beer without hops, obviously. And then I went to beer. So, and now I'm drinking a Busch Light because my work call, I couldn't come down, so I had to go grab something. So,
oh, there you go.
Busch Light whiskey, yeah.
Busch lattes.
So real quick, here's the Jameson Black cask strength there, where you get to hand write your own label.
Nice.
If you go to the Bow Street Distillery in Dublin, fantastic tour. I was saying you missed it, but if you get the choice, if you're in Dublin and you have to choose between Guinness or Jameson tour,
Yep.
go with Jameson.
Roger that.
You might actually learn something there.
Well, yeah, the Guinness tour is all about the brewing process, and it's insanely boring if you're a brewer, except for the cooperage exhibit, which linked back to Rob's chat about cooperage. But
Now that Brian's back, I've had a question I wanted to bring up with the group tonight, and I'll just briefly derail into something actually related to brewing beer.
How dare you?
No, I'm thinking things over. You know, if you've noticed on the CO2 shortage thread on the forum, I've got myself all set up. I'm fermentation purging my keg, and in a couple days I should be spunding, racking. I've got all figured out how to do a gravity transfer, but I have one little nagging thought in the back of my head. My fermenter, I'll be racking from a floating dip tube. Now, back when I was using a Spidell fermenter, I did gravity transfers, but that's simple when you're opening a spigot at the bottom and letting the hydrostatic pressure of the beer above start the flow. Since I've got a floating dip tube in both the receiving keg, which doesn't matter in this case, but also in the fermenter, I'm going to have to apply some bottle gas to start the flow. Yep. My concern is that then when I pull that and put on the return from the keg to the fermenter, I'll get pressure blowing back from the fermenter into the receiving keg and up through my thing and maybe disrupt the flow that I've just started. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on how to avoid that? Is this like, remembering when you're jumping a car, which terminal to connect first on the battery?
Think about it.
Just any thoughts, whether I'm
negative.
Well, from hearing that, Rob, like in a normal gravity transfer, you're scared of opening the spigot and oxygen coming in the top into the fermenter, where in your situation, you're going to be inputting CO2. So you could probably, I would think, take the output and just throw it out in the air, because you don't need to replace it in your fermenter because you're already putting CO2 in that fermenter by pushing it out with CO2.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying you want to avoid having to push it, and my last batch, first time I actually did this, but I did a closed gravity transfer, complete with the output from the keg going back into the fermenter,
which is my intention.
It worked just fine. I didn't need.
But did you have to start with
Just pressurize the keg though. Just pressurize the receiving keg and then hook up the gas first to the headspace of your fermenter.
Right. I have to have higher pressure in the fermenter than the receiving keg to start flow because it's a floating dip tube.
Yeah.
Well, sort of.
Higher pressure in the receiving keg.
It doesn't matter, I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can burp.
You still got gravity working in your favor, and the gravity will.
Only once I get some beer into that floating dip tube and into the
I think
line.
Rob's right, because he's got in those flipping things, he's got like a tube that's going to go up and back, create like a U in the thing. So he's got to get some sort of push.
I've got to get it started, and I'm thinking when I then hook up, maybe the simple thing, because what I'm worried about is I've started some head pressure in the fermenter to get flow going, and then I right away hook up my return from the receiving keg to there.
All you need to do,
it'll blow back up. Maybe all I have to do is pull the PRV on the receiving keg for a minute.
That's all you
have. Start, and when I'm sure that it's equalized, then I can close the PRV. And
why do you need to return it though?
You can push
just
it
to
out.
stop any possibility. Well, first of all, because
let's put the CO2 back into the headspace.
Because
air.
I'm worried about gas exchange through the PRV, but also because I posted some pictures on that thread. I've got this big 10-gallon corny that I can't lift high enough by the handles to have the receiving keg upright. So it's going to be laid partially on its side with the gas post at the top. So I can't use the PRV open the whole time. I've got to eventually.
You don't have to though.
Yeah.
If you equalize, so if you connect the gas of both of them and equalize the pressure between the two, all you have to do is burp the PRV on the receiving keg for just a couple of seconds.
For half a minute. Let it.
No, not even that. Not even that. Just a couple seconds will cause the pressure differential to force liquid down, and then you get a siphon effect.
Yeah.
And so the siphon effect takes care of the. You only have to have the PRV open for like a second or two, really.
Okay. Well, okay. Now back to whiskey.
Interesting. No, I was saying I did that last time, and I didn't even need to do the PRV. I don't
Sometimes
know.
You don't. Yeah, sometimes it'll just.
And part of it, maybe it was the elevation difference, because I had my brew bucket up on top of my chest freezer, and the keg on the floor. So it had a good 3-foot differential. And I know you've got a floating dip tube, but I'm not sure that really matters in this case because it's still drawing.
Coming out of a keg, not a. So it's the poppet, like a corny keg he's fermenting in. So it's not like a brew bucket where the spigot's at the bottom.
Yeah, my fermenter is a 10-gallon corny keg. I've got 3 posts on the top. If you go to that CO2 shortage thread, I posted pictures. I've got a gas in post.
But you don't think that
it has a floating dip tube for racking, and my 3rd post is a spear to the bottom for yeast harvest. So
Yeah,
So
you,
you have to
you don't think that this like a good difference in elevation will just cause it to?
Now you got to
go
start
up,
pushing beer
yeah.
into that floating dip tube somehow.
Okay.
Yeah, 'cause
I
it's
do
gotta
this all
go
the
up
time.
and then down.
I do this all the time with a corny fermenter to a corny conditioning
Mhm.
keg, and I connect the. I do have to make sure that the fermenter is pressurized if it hasn't been. So I sometimes I have to add some bottled CO2 to that.
Yeah.
But then I connect the two. I elevate the fermenter keg. I connect the gas posts on both, which equalizes the pressure. Then I connect the beverage posts. And sometimes, like John was saying, it just starts spontaneously.
Mhm.
But usually I have to burp the PRV for 2 seconds, maybe.
Okay.
And that's enough to, like, that will just motivate the beer out of, like, up and over out of the beverage post, and then
So
the
you're saying
siphon.
pressurize both, hook everything up, and then burp the
Yep.
receiver to start a suction.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
That
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I guess
Like a
that's
thing.
different than my setup where I had like I didn't have the keg drawing from the top. I had a brew bucket, so it's drawing from the bottom, near the bottom. So the gravity just automatically started that cycle.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah. Now, yeah. To be fair, like that. So my fermenters don't have a floating dip tube, but they have a dip tube that doesn't go all the way to the bottom.
Mhm.
But I don't think it matters. I think that
Shouldn't matter.
they're both
Won't
pressurized. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it won't matter.
Right.
But Andrew, yours does have. You're not drawing from a spigot on the bottom of the fermenter. You are drawing through a dip tube.
Yes.
So you're in the same situation effectively that I am. That you're not using the hydrostatic pressure on the beer to start the flow.
Yeah, you can't.
Essentially I'm using a pressure differential.
Right.
So like
So
when
you're
I
in the
burp
same
the PRV, something's got to take the place of that gas,
Mhm.
and
That makes sense.
what happens is it pulls from the beverage tube of the other.
Right.
And
Okay.
that-
Well, that,
yeah.
you've been
And
very
you could
helpful.
probably, if you had enough pressure, you could probably do a horizontal to horizontal. It would need to have.
Well, yeah, but my point is I'm trying to, that's what I've always been doing. Like I say, a long time ago, I had a Spidal, never buy one. Don't do it. But
really, they look kind of cool. I've always kind of lusted after them a little.
They're made out of plastic, and they've got all kinds of parts and gaskets and shit to clean and everything. And so I settled on the simplest thing. The functionality of a conical with the simplicity of a keg is a 10-gallon corny keg, as I've got set up with a floating dip tube for racking and a spear for pulling yeast, and easy to clean and sanitize. But I've got this floating dip tube, and so I can't do a gravity transfer quite as simple as opening a spigot at the bottom of a bucket.
Yeah.
And the whole point of this is, given potential CO2 shortages, that's sort of the immediate incentive, but it's something I've been wanting to do for a long time because I hate wasting CO2 and driving to buy more. And so fermentation, purge the keg, do a gravity transfer, and the only thing I'm using bottled gas for is serving.
Yeah.
So I want a Blickman cornicle, and I don't know what to do with it. Because have you seen these? Because
Yeah.
I don't have like an upright, like this.
You got to have a big space to put the thing in.
It never made any sense to me how the cornicle would actually like produce good beer.
Enormous. It's like it's way too tall. Like I don't.
It never made any sense to me how it fits together. How you?
Well, look, it's got. So right here, this is 360 degrees of potential oxidation and leaking surface.
Yeah, that's what never made sense to me. How do you take off the cone and just make it a serving keg?
Don't get me wrong. I love Blickman. In fact, I know the guy. He's a great guy, and he makes great stuff. But this thing, like, it doesn't. In my brewery, I don't know how to make it work.
There's always an easier way. I've always called it not Blickman engineering, but Blickman over engineering.
Although I've got the Hellfire burner, and that is a hell of a burner. That thing will boil water in no time.
Is it a propane
Yeah.
burner?
I'm
They do look
I'm
nice.
still in the Stone Ages using propane, but
No, I was just trying to clarify because his electric burners also look really nice too.
yeah, it's a propane burner, but it's like if you crank it all the way up, they call it like Hellfire mode or something. It's like 135,000 BTUs. It's insane, like the amount of heat that thing will output.
How does one achieve a low intensity boil with that?
It's a good question.
Is that just turned off?
The cast off warms your pot.
Yeah, basically. I actually use that one anymore for all the other heating, and I have the what's the other one? The I can't remember the name of it. I got it from. It's got copper legs and shit. It's from Northern Brewer.
Metal.
Metal. Which it's also kind of crap in a sense in that it's a super low pressure system, and that if you get like a good wind, it'll blow it out. But it's got like a needle valve that really does some fine tuning, which is great for really fine adjustments to the boil vigor. But that Blickman Hellfire, that one's kind of tough to get that sweet spot of the low boil vigor, because again, you can crank it all the way up and it's 135,000 BTUs. That's nothing to sneeze at. It'll boil 7 gallons in no time, and it's almost too much.
So before you started YOS, it had a valuable place in your.
Yeah, it was. I would mill my grains. I would crank my room temperature water on that thing. By the time my grain's done milling, that's boiling, and it's been boiling for 5 minutes by the time I bring it back up, and it was great. And now it's overkill. And here's my new pills.
That's good.
Looks good.
This. Oh, now I'm looking at like, oh yeah, there you go. That's been truly lagering for about 3 weeks. I did a slow ramp down to lager temp from spunding, and so it's actually been at lager temp for about 3 weeks. So that's pretty damn clear, I feel like. Yeah.
I got something I wanted to bring up to you guys. I was listening to a podcast with Dan Gordon on the Brewing Network or whatever. He's been on there pretty many times.
Gordon Biersch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's trained in Weinstefan, and he's a real traditional German brewer. I respect him a lot.
Yeah, he knows what's up.
Through his process, and the process that you guys have taught me, the whole spunding process for homebrewers, I thought it was really interesting. He said that they don't really cap off for carbonation capture until the actual lagering phase. Then they'll cap it and grab their CO2 for the carbonation with the final 2% of extract. That when the yeast is, they're down in the 30s Fahrenheit, but they're still getting enough for carbonation. Did you guys ever hear anything like that, or?
Yeah, that's called yeast whispering.
What's that, Brian? Yeast whispering?
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
That's like the traditional lager profile that Narcissus and Kuhns talk about, where, basically you hit 50% extract, rough plus or minus, and then you start lowering that temp. And you start lowering slowly from your fermentation temp to basically 0 Celsius.
Like 1 degree Celsius per day max.
Yeah.
So that you maintain the fermentation.
But it made me think that the way we're doing the spunding is we are, like, at least how I'm doing it, we're capturing all that carbonation CO2 way earlier in the process than he is.
But that's a modern process that Kuhns also talks about, and probably the majority of brewers are now using something more like we are, more of the
Oh, yeah.
a warmer temperature for carbonation and diacetyl removal and all
Well,
that.
and I had this discussion with somebody. I was like a HBT thing because they were like, well, you cold crash, you get done fermenting and just cold crash it. And it's like, well, there are benefits to not shocking the yeast out of suspension because if, and Kuntz references this, repeatedly, there are all these other things that the yeast are still doing. And if you make them fall out of suspension, they stop doing that. And, whether it's, we don't do diacetyl rest because you don't need to if you pitch adequately and you keep cold temperatures and they don't create stuff in the first place, so they don't have to clean it up, among other things. But we know the benefits of the cooler fermentation profile. But, it's interesting that my last yeast harvest from what was it, the Märzen I did, and that yeast was pulled out at spunding time. Great, put it in a jar, fine. Immediately put that down to 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and I just looked at it the other day, and it had overflowed. It pushed out of the mason jar that it was in, bowed the little second the lid up, and it actually overflowed out of there because at 30 degrees Fahrenheit it consumed some of the residual sugar and created enough pressure to push.
So then let me ask you, let me tie this into my practice or maybe all of our practices. If we do spund at a comparatively higher extract left and we go to a lagering, like you said, that Pilsner's been lagering for 3 weeks. How do you guys handle how much more the yeast is going to create carbonation wise at your lagering stage then, since we've already trapped it so much earlier?
I keep a spunding valve on.
So you keep the spunding valve in the lagering?
Yeah, because I've noticed over years, before I started low oxygen, even I've learned that yeast is not as sensitive as you think. You don't have to lower it 1 degree. A lot of them, the Weihenstephan strains, 3470 and 2206, you can cold crash those and they'll pull through and they'll still keep doing some work at 30 degrees Fahrenheit. And I've got a couple kegs in my lagering freezer right now, and I go every day and I look and I adjust the spunding valve, and they're still putting out a little bit more pressure. So,
okay. So if I didn't have a spunding valve,
I think you can do a warmer fermentation. I usually do the sort of Kunzo warm program where you pitch in the mid to upper 40s, ferment around 50, let it rise up a little for a diacetyl rest and cold crash. And I find it's still putting out pressure. So I think the yeast, probably it's a general lesson we've all learned. Yeast is a hell of a lot more, it's tougher little sons of bitches than we give it credit for.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing, oh, was someone?
Go ahead.
Oh, the other thing is with those traditional cold profiles, the beer is better. Well, the beer is different. It's smoother. It has better foam, head retention. It's different. The problem with that is, I've done a number of cold fermentations where basically 50% extract, you start the whole process, and by the time you get to lagering, it's carbonated and at final gravity. It's a fantastic beer. If you can nail it, it'll be your best beer you've ever made. When you don't nail it, it's a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
Because you end up with under attenuated beer, under carbonated beer. So you really have to be on top of your game. If you use the same yeast strain every time, if you use the same temperature, all your variables are the same, then it's great. Go for it. I highly recommend it. It's fantastic. It's amazing. But even in my blog posts about the whole yeast thing and fermentation, I always say that the holding the single temperature, whether it be 45, whether it be 48, is a trade-off from that traditional cold profile, where you will lose a little flavor and you will lose a little head retention, but it's less hard to screw up. And so you hold that single temperature, you don't have to worry about the ramps, you don't have to have some kind of, it's way more hands off, and it's way more easier to nail. And we're already dealing with something that's like the spunding and all that kind of stuff is already difficult. Like it's already adding that other level on the whole lager, which is already difficult, profile. And so the whole reason why I promoted that, single fermentation temperature, is because it's, in the grand scheme of things, I would say as a whole, us brewers here are really at the point where we can notice our 1s and our 0.5s. And so we're not painting with that broad brush stroke anymore. We're really honing in. And if you told me 7 years ago that some cold lager fermentation profile made a difference between my accelerated lager profile, where I would just, go to 50% and then let it go to room temp and let it go, whatever, I would say, whatever, good luck. But really where we're at right now, you can really tell the difference. If you do a solid hold, let's say it's 48 degrees, let's say it's 50 degrees, whatever your normal fermentation temperature is. If you hold that and do a fermentation and you do the next batch and you actually do the cold fermentation profile, you will notice a difference. But there's much more risk involved. And so, it's up to you.
What I've noticed and what I've been doing lately is, I'll ferment out to spunding, and then I'll spund, and then I'll just leave it at that temperature, again, kind of like the single hold, at usually 50 degrees, and give it, 5-7 days or so at that temperature to fully attenuate and carbonate, and then start, then I'll do the slow, and it's not 1 degree. I do like 4 degrees a day or something like that. And, but whatever, a slow ramp down. And I've had really good effect with that, and, getting full attenuation, keeping it cold, not having to do, I don't know that any of us do the rise for the diacetyl rest because we pitch adequately and don't need to. But
I do it not for diacetyl reduction, but just to attenuate more quickly. I'll let it rise up to 56, 58 during the spun, and then once it hits final gravity, that's when.
And I have had times where, keeping it at that single temperature, that 50 or 52 or whatever the fermentation temperature was after spun, stalled out. I've had that happen a couple of times. Unstable. I don't know if you guys lost me, but
we did.
Like Bryan said, it becomes risky at that point. Of course, there's no risk if you let it go to 68 degrees, but
no, I don't want to let it go that far.
But I have had a few stall outs, but for the most part, keeping it that 50, 52, sometimes 48, whatever, no issues, and then leave it there, leave it like a week, and then slowly drop down, and then storing at 32. And like I said, this pills that I'm really happy with, super clear and good attenuation. Got the 1008, and which is for me among my best attenuations for a cold fermented lager that I didn't ramp up. And for the most part, that's one of those things that I've been chasing for a time, because I've had a lot of loggers where I can't get them below 10, 12 or something like that. There was a mash element to that, I think, but there's also, I think giving the yeast the time to do what it needs to do, but not necessarily at the expense of going to a higher temperature.
Sure.
Well, Brian, can you think the process that I've and mine is always, year after year, perpetual evolution, as all of us are, I think. But mine, what I've been doing is allowing that to rise just into the upper 50s there during the spun. Is there a downside to that? Can you think of a detrimental effect?
I don't know. I mean, the honest answer is to do 2 batches and to, evaluate them and say, rise, 56, 58 on one and hold fermentation temperature on the other, and see if it generates a result that's different.
Yeah, I just wonder if there were any theoretical sort of,
I mean,
issues with head retention or any of those things that aren't necessarily flavor related.
I don't really understand. So with our splendid beers, the glycerol, which is great for foam and head retention, I don't really understand the mechanism, to be honest. I don't understand if it's just a sheer mechanism of pressure versus yeast, or if it's temperature pressure versus yeast. I don't know if a lower temperature with the pressure, I mean, it's all consistent, right? Because we're carving to the same level regardless of temperature. So I don't know if it's a temperature versus pressure, because pressure is going to be consistent. So in those regards, it would be strictly temperature versus yeast. All I know is that when I hold a fermentation temperature, whether that be 45, whether that be 48, whether that be 52, or when I actually do the cold fermentation where I ramp down and I actually nail it, which is probably 1 out of 3 times, it does yield a different result. And I would say that result, that when you do nail it, is much more on par with what you would get in the brewery at Augustiner or Paulaner. They are fantastical with their fermentation profiles. I mean, they brew the same beer over and over and over every single day for the last hundreds of years. They understand it. They get it. And so there's a certain something there. But again, we're dealing in points, 1 point here, 1 point there. It's so difficult. The only answer I have is just to, if you really want to try it out, just, what your normal fermentations and your normal process tastes like. The next beer, you don't do that.
The short answer is you can't think of anything theoretical that jumps out saying, no, this is a red flag, you shouldn't be doing that. It's purely empirical.
If you were going to say in the fermenter, I would say, yeah, you're blowing off sulfur, you're blowing off
yeah.
But you're not doing that.
Once you're in the spun,
yeah, I can't see
no harm in letting the temperature rise just to speed it up a day or two. And
well, I mean, the normal thing that would come to mind is that, you're worried about oxidation reactions, which are going to go twice as fast every 10 degrees C.
Right.
But
we should not have the potential for that.
Right, because you've got the yeast.
Yeah.
And so, of course, those reactions are going to go faster too. So yeast metabolism is going to go faster. So as long as you don't outrun the yeast, I think that would be the key. You just
Mhm.
make sure you don't keep it at that temperature longer than the yeast remain active.
Yeah, when it hits my final gravity that my FFT tells me, that's when I'll crash it. And like I say, even after crashing, the yeast seems to be active because I'm still having to bleed my my spunding valve periodically during lagering. So
Yeah, that like I don't even like. I think the fun thing for me with lagers is that I don't put a spunding valve on them while they're lagering, and then the nice thing is like once I start drinking it, like I never have to worry about pressure because that yeast continues to work all the way until I'm done drinking it. So as long as I drink it fast enough, then and everything's happy.
Yeah.
I was just very surprised one time to find out how much pressure had built when I didn't have the spunding valve.
Yeah, I ran into that on my IPA recently, but I find it's interesting. I haven't used a spunding valve in probably a year or more, and I wouldn't say that I always hit the right point for spunding. Typically, if I think I've passed it, I'll just let it ride for a day or two and then do a fermenter prime and then put it in. And that's actually worked out really, really well for me, including on, as I said earlier, the low oxygen versus the high oxygen Hellas. Side by side comparison, they're still dramatically different, even though I missed the spund and I had to revert to that. More often than not, when I don't, because I think that the 4 points, we talk about, early on it was talked about, 4 points. I think that's more than is really necessary. And I think the guidance was 4 points and using a spunding valve, which means that 4 points
Probably at ale temperature.
Well, yeah,
especially 4 points at ale temperature.
Or even lager temperature, 4 points, is more than you need, because then you put a spunding valve and it vents the excess pressure. So you can, have the excess, and I have, like I said, I have the luxury of those adjustable, QDs, which now I think I have one that's faulty, but whatever. I don't think there's a problem with being a little over pressurized if you have a means of, mitigating that when you're serving, like, flow control spigot or a flow control QD.
Or just drink more often.
Or drink more often, and I find I have these, these awesome little, the Sam Adams Brewery, 7-ounce glasses. I probably hit one of these, every day, midday. Now that I'm working from home, it's fantastic. I work from home and, it's 1 o'clock. I had lunch. I'm going to go pour one of these. And, you just get the little taste of beer. You get a little, experience of it. And yeah, I find that the over pressurized beers, like, my West Coast IPA, which was grossly overpressurized because I didn't use a spunding valve and I guessed a little bit at the spunding point. It was way overpressurized to the point where I was really dialing down that that flow control quick for a couple of weeks, and now it's perfect. I have it fully open, and it's my best flowing of my 3 taps, and it works great. Again, it was excessively foamy for a little while, but it works great now. So yes, drink frequently.
I think the problem with a lot of those carbonation calculators and whatnot is they don't factor in that lager yeast ferment maltose, whatever that word is.
Maltotriose.
Yeah, at midnight or close to, after drinking all night. So I don't think they factor that in. And that is, something that is going to gain you more pressure. And I think that's why you could actually go with about 2 points. But, and it all depends. What is your preferred lager carbonation? For me, that's 2.4. For someone else, that might be 2.6. It could be 2.5. It could be 2.2, whatever it is. But I also do not worry about a spunning valve in the lagering chamber as well. I know it'll probably pick up a little pressure, but that's just less bottled CO2 that I need to dispense, and that's fine. And so, so I think those calculators are a little wrong. Maybe they're right for ale, but I don't think they're 100% for lager. And I think that's what a lot of people see as well, especially with our group, is that 4 points is grossly over what you really need. But again, when I came up with those 4 points and did all the blog posts and stuff, what I try and reiterate is, or what I try and put forth is kind of the most fail-proof method that you have. And so 4 points, if you do 4 points, you can kind of wave that broad brush on it. 4 points is plenty enough to carbonate and do whatever you want to do, and then some. But when you first mention this to people, looks like they got me unbanned from HBT. Anyways,
I saw you had a post on there today under Rabe B25. Is that a new account you opened, or they do that for you?
That's my original account, and then I switched.
What happened to the DeBeery account?
Yeah, it got banned. But that's for another day.
He's the bad boy of HB.
I was really wondering. I wondered if you had gone in and opened another account, but then I saw a couple of mods on that thread, and they weren't. They obviously knew who you were, and they weren't saying you can't have 2 accounts or you can't. I mean,
a contentious asshole, Bryan.
I know. There was I'm pretty sure I know the post that got me banned, but.
And you're not going to share it with us.
Well, I can. I can. So, I don't know now.
I'm just curious about what it is that, I mean,
so
broad categories of things you can't do.
Yeah. So number one, they absolutely hate any low oxygen stuff. They hate me because I proposed low oxygen in HBT.
And yet they have a whole sub forum.
The whole reason they created the sub forum is because they hated the animosity it caused among normal posts. Okay. So I was told that if I post low oxygen stuff outside of the low oxygen sub forum, I would get banned, which makes absolutely no sense. Yeah. So I was like, I don't give a shit anyways. So what got me banned was there was a thread on what I assume got me banned, because of course in true homebrew forum fashion, they never gave me a reason or a rhyme to why I was banned. I just went to log in and it said I was banned. So anyways, there was a thread about natural carbonation, and it was pretty low key. And I think I came in and I said something like, so people were talking about how to naturally carbonate a keg and, sugar or whatever. And then the one person said, or you can just hook it up to CO2 and call it a day. You don't have to do this stupid stuff, something to that effect. And I came in and I just said, yeah, well, then you get the oxidation along with that. And so then he came back and said something about, oxidation isn't a thing and I don't have any problems. And I came back and said, I don't want to hear it. I get it. Whatever, it's been proven. So then,
Was this Vale 71 by chance?
no, but we had our go-arounds.
I haven't seen him around in a while.
Yeah. No, this was just, it was some random folks. And then I just said, you know, it's been proven, scientifically proven that when you force carbonate, you are directly injecting oxygen into your beer or something to that effect. And then you had your random come in and say, says who, show me the scientific proof, prove it. And I said, certainly. Here's the blog post. Here's, you know, all the math and science you could ever want.
And I bet Doug did some of that math for you.
Exactly.
And yet he will ban you just to keep the peace?
Doug banned me. I will put my frickin' COVID check on it. Whatever that will be, if that'll ever come. So, actually, Mr. Baseman,
I was on that thread. Yeah, it was like,
and
it was like good cop, bad cop.
You were the first person who mentioned low oxygen, and so I kept.
Your fault.
I only kept
more done with sugar instead of vinegar, right?
Yeah, so I only kept it cold side. Then Doug came in, and so then random dude asked for the science, and I provided him with all the details. And then he came back and he's like, well, you can't tell me what I taste and what I don't taste. And I said, hold the phone here. We never talked about taste. You wanted the science and the method, you know, whatever. This is what it is. This is the science. You interjected taste only after you were proved wrong on the science. And so then Doug came in and basically shut down the thread. And so I came in after Doug, and after Tim came in and said, you know, something about low oxygen, like, you know, whatever. And then I came in after Doug and I said, this has nothing to do with hot side brewing process. There's nothing low oxygen related to this. This is proven, you know, cold side methods, professional, whatever. He removed that post and then I could no longer log in.
Wow.
And all I said, and I said in that post, I actually quoted your post, Tim. And I said, this has nothing to do with hot side brewing process. This has nothing to do with that. And I explained everything. It was a super long post, and it was actually, I'll pat myself on the back. It was actually really even keeled. And I said, you know, full disclosure, there's no such thing as unoxidized beer. There's just one beer that's oxidized less, and that would be the spunded one, and this is why. And then he removed that post, and then I was no longer allowed to log in. So then I know Derek hit Doug up and beat him up pretty good. And then Pete with Brew Control hit him up, and that's who just texted me and said, I see you're now unbanned.
Jailbreak.
It doesn't matter. It's so stupid. I don't understand. And Doug was the first one who reached out to me and basically said, you post anything low oxygen outside of the low oxygen form, you're banned. Which I don't even understand. I don't
either. Because in that,
how is any part of brewing not related to oxygen?
Exactly.
I mean, how can you have? And this is the thing, Brian, that gets me. After you had given up on, it started before you kind of dropped out of the AHA forum, but I was having a lot of private conversations with Denny, and this was around the time when it looked like LOB might go down, and I was redoubling my efforts with him, saying, look, we have an opportunity. If the AHA wants to be the repository of information, can we, bring over the resources? Can we do stuff? Can we get a sub forum like HBT? They have said, okay, you can have low oxygen if it's off in its sub forum. And, I was pushing with Denny, can we at least do that? And he was taking the opposite view. He was saying, no, we don't need a sub forum. We have threads, we have posts, we have everything out in the middle of everything discussing this. Well, of course you don't. It gets shot down. And in fact, he said to me at one point when I kept pressing and pressing and pressing, he said, look, I have taken it up with the rest of the admin, and I'm not saying it will never happen before hell freezes over, but until hell freezes over, there will never be a low oxygen sub forum.
And that's now why I have 2 or 3 AHA admins on my site that refuse to go back to AHA.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, you have two opposite. Okay, you can have it, but you have to shove it over here. And the other thing, no, we don't need to glorify it or elevate it with its own subforum. Why don't you just throw it out in the mix? But they'll shoot it down. But I tried awfully hard, and then it became irrelevant because you came up with the Patreon idea, and I said, okay, well, all of this is going to be for the foreseeable future saved. But it sickens me that both of them have to marginalize.
Well, yeah,
the science in the name of sharing knowledge and furthering brewing science. They have to squelch.
Well, that guy that Bryan was conversing with said he'd been brewing for 21 years or something. And when I saw Bryan was having an issue with the guy, I just came in there and shared my experience with basically trying Bryan's method, because I just started in like August of doing it last year. And if that isn't what a brewing forum is for, then I don't know what it's for then, right? I mean, here's a guy who's obviously been brewing a long time, and yeah, he might know a certain way, but he might not ever know until someone else brings up a different way, right?
Like I've been brewing for 20 years too. And guess what? 3 years ago, my world changed.
Exactly. So I thought, I don't want to be an evangelist so much for it, but when I see someone with that much time in a hobby and they just don't know the facts about oxidation, then that's what a brewing forum's for, I think. Just to share knowledge.
John, I've been beating my head against the same wall for over 30 years, and it's only in the last 2 years that, year and a half that that everything changed. You got to be open to change.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know I know Bryan's super frustrated with it all. It's a shame, but I don't know why that has to be such an explosive topic on a brewing forum, but it is. I don't know why.
The irony is that all the people who are most opposed are the ones who've made a career of saying, I am going to share with you the facts that you need to know that we have learned from long experience. But you're not.
Among them is HSA is bunk.
Yeah. Well,
that's my favorite quote. HSA is bunk.
I think the problem is, number one, I don't give a shit how you brew. I think that fundamentally, people to properly, how should I say this? To properly debate a topic, you have to remove yourself and your morals, your thought processes, and your bias. And so automatically when people see this, they feel challenged. They think it's a direct shot at them and that it's some improper thing they're doing or something, and it's not. And I've said it 1 trillion times. Like, I don't care how you brew. I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to brew this way. I brew beer for me, and this is what I want. I reached this way of brewing because I thought something was missing. And if you don't think something is missing, great. Don't even explore it. I don't care. And so, but when people see this, they take it as a direct shot. And I don't know how else you could, I don't know. But the interesting thing is, it's a brewing method, sure. But in reality, it's no different than brewing a bag or decoction mashing, or pick your 10 other different brewing methods that, have no issues whatsoever being discussed. I mean, you'll have your naysayers and whatnot, but at least you can have a discussion. I don't understand. I don't know that I'll ever understand. I don't.
It's because
Here's something interesting, Brian. And maybe for anybody who didn't catch it, within the last couple days, you put a link to a Joe Rogan podcast on the forum that hits to the heart of why this is so controversial and personal to people. And maybe if anybody's interested, you could tell them which thread that was in. But it's this idea of you have to be all or nothing. If somebody attacks one bit of your whole system, they're attacking you and everything else you stand for, and you can't take it piece by piece and be flexible. And this is what was really weird about the exchange. The whole exchange I had like a year whatever ago with Denny started in a thread that I started in the pub over on AHA that got very controversial about this exact kind of thing, about carving out little tribal areas, things that we're all committed to. And anyway, in response to the way I was responding there, Denny started pestering me. He wanted me to become a mod on the AHA. I was resisting it. Well, finally, when it came down to my pressuring him for low oxygen, that ended his interest in my having any further involvement over there. Yeah. But it all brings down this thing. You have to have your entire religion or whatever it is, or if somebody attacks one little bit, then the whole thing has to go. And that podcast that you linked is very enlightening as to this, because it's something that is universal in every aspect of our life right now, of the way people interact with each other, categorize each other, value each other. And it's something that I realize it's been building for a long time, but it's not something I remember. When I was in college, sure, there was elements of it, but it wasn't quite the same. You still didn't talk past each other. You talked to each other. You still had some degree of discourse between factions, on political, ideological fronts. And that seems to have just gone completely out the window in our whole society. And it's really sick when it gets into scientific disciplines. And
when it affects the beer.
Yeah, but it's not just beer. We're looking at a microcosm here in beer brewing forums, but it's medicine, it's energy, it's everything right now. Things that should be objective disciplines.
Maybe if we create like a fake faction of people posting on the forums about how 5G waves affect beer detrimentally.
Well, yeah,
maybe that'll redirect everybody away.
It moves the atoms in the beer and makes
yeah. Do we still have time to go out and burn down a cell tower tonight?
Sure. Yeah, I mean that Joe Rogan thing was definitely in the political vein, but I mean it holds true, because a lot of people, I'm the most non-political person there is, but that argument, that Joe Rogan thing, was a political argument about how it's easy to grab snippets and then to paint someone with these snippets, and when you question them, it's they feel like they're I don't know. They can't
But
remove themselves from
it's not just political, because it is every aspect. It's a way of thinking that is just bled through our whole culture. And now I'm reading an interesting book right now by a historian called Andrea Wolf. It's called The Invention of Nature, and it's about Alexander von Humboldt, who around the early 1800s traveled around South America and around the world and developed this sort of unified idea of how nature works. And he sort of set the groundwork for interdisciplinary studies, where you weren't geologist or botanist or astronomer or whatever, where he saw, you know, nature all working together. And it seems like we're at the opposite pole of that, where everything is splintering and everything is just an isolated little viewpoint, an isolated specialty, and you can't have any discourse between viewpoints or integration of viewpoints. It's got to be, I have the only worldview, and anybody with a different worldview is not looking at reality. And
I think a lot of the problem is that, you know, we live in the internet age and whatnot, and you can find any snippet to validate your claim, your side. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can find a scientist that believes in the, you know, flat Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's a scientist. He believes in it.
Well, that's real. So.
Right. So if you believe in that, more power to you. But, you know, you can find a doctor, you can find a scientist, you can find whatever documentation you could ever want to back your claim. And it's hard to find the real data. And I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. But, you know, it's like, it's been about 6 years now of fighting all the people, and it's just like, and you know, I should have known better. It was a complete, like the HBT thing, it was a complete bait. He and I knew it, and I just went for it anyways, because I think it was like a Saturday morning, and I didn't have much to do, so I was like, all right, checkmate. So you know, he basically, I knew what was going to come of it. I've seen this a million times. He quoted one of my posts and then basically just said 2 words: prove it. So no problem. I think I said "as you wish" actually was my response, and I continued to prove it. And then, you know, it completely flipped after he realized he was wrong, and into flavor. And you can't tell me what I taste. And I said, that wasn't part of the discussion. And that was enough to, you know, flag Mr. Dougie Doug, and there we are. But
so what's that fall under? Is that, yeah, flaming? I mean, what do they pull out to justify their ban?
I don't think they have to. That's the point.
Heresy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who's gonna do anything. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, think about it. Who gives a flying shit about some random guy on a homebrew forum? Honestly. I mean, in the grand scheme of the world, we're talking like nothing. It matters not. So, I mean, who is gonna right the injustice? Who really gives a shit, right? And so it's not like they're, you know, they're random guys like us, and you know, you get someone you don't like and you have a little bit of power above them, and you just make it happen. You know, you let that little, you know, that little whatever go up, that flag, whatever, that opportunity, you seize that opportunity and you just make it happen, which is fine. I don't really care. It's not like I post a lot of stuff on HBT anyways. So
I like the random picture thread.
You know, the interesting thing is, what really pissed me off about that whole thing is, if you're going to ban me, get rid of my information. don't keep my information and then not let me, you know, that's the thing that pisses me off. And the German Brewing Forum did that too. That really upsets me because I created that forum from literal scratch. And then I went and made all the content for that too, like all the different forums and all the different content. I made all that, and then they got rid of me, we'll say, and kept all my content. So like if you browse that forum, my content is all still there. And so like that's kind of, for me, that's kind of the dick move, is like, if you're gonna get rid of me, I'm perfectly fine with that. But don't keep my shit, because you're gonna use that shit and people are gonna use that, and then there's no justification. So like if you're gonna ban me, just ban me and delete all my stuff. And
On the plus side, I think that forum's pretty much been dead for years.
I was just going to ask, is it still active?
I don't know.
I mean, it's still there.
I find bits of it in the Wayback Machine, but that's
It's
about
still
it.
there, but I don't think anybody's using it. I mean, I've looked back at it a couple of times, and it's like nobody's here, nobody's doing anything. There's no presence. Like
I thought they'd shifted to a Facebook group, and I don't do Facebook, so.
I mean, I read through it recently, and I just haven't seen anything in the past couple of years on that forum.
Yeah.
On that note, you magnificent bastards, you've done exactly what I said I wouldn't do, and
We've kept you up until 1 o'clock in the morning.
1 a.m.
Time has made fools of us once again.
Not me.
I am going to call it a night and sign off.
What time does the frog get home?
About 8 a.m.
You get a few hours in.
I'll sleep till about
fresh as a daisy
7:30.
when she comes back.
I always try to be awake when she gets home and see whatever she needs. It's been stressful lately. She works in the ICU, so so I make sure she's all happy and everything's copacetic.
Well, give her a hero's welcome.
That's right.
I do. But anyway, all right. Good night, all. And it might be a couple of 3 weeks till I get on this again on a Saturday night. But good chatting. Good meeting with you all.
It was great meeting you.
Hey, John.
All right.
That's probably a good idea. I think I'm going to head out too, guys. We'll catch you next time.
Might be time to wrap up, huh?
Yeah, I'm past my bedtime. About 2 hours.
So I got this recorded. I will get it up. Whatever. We'll go.
All right.
Same bat channel, same bat time next week. So.
Good stuff.
All right.
Thanks
See
for
you around,
Brian.
guys.
Take it easy.
Thanks for chatting.